question. Lockjaw is another name for what disease? And we will go to Emily, see if we can get the answer. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
We're back. We're back from vacation. Bother us at work. It's what we do. Emily, what is I almost said the answer. What is lockjaw also known as?
It is also known as tetanus.
Tetanus, yes. Hold on a moment, Emily. We're going to get your information, and we're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the 12th Annual Wildwood Tattoo Beach Bash, Friday through Sunday at the Wildwoods Convention Center. 400 of the world's best tattoo artists coming to Wildwood to tattoo you. You can visit villainarts.com for tickets. I would love to talk to somebody who's actually had lockjaw.
I was just going to ask if you knew anybody. Yeah, does it fully lock up?
Yeah, maybe we might be able to explore that at some point. All right. Go through the movies at the box office. Number one was Bullet Train, made $30.1 million. DC League of Super Pets was second, followed by Nope, Thor Love and Thunder, Minions Rise of Gru, Top Gun Maverick, which just surpassed Titanic.
Yes, it did.
As far as its box office take, yeah. So I don't know what number that is.
7,
like 3?
I think.
Oh, okay.
I think it's in the 7th place now.
So it's just doing unbelievably well. Where the Crawdads sing at number 7. Then you have Easter Sunday, Elvis, and the Black Phone to round out the top 10. All right. It happened. We found out over the weekend. Many people reached out to each of us. Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson have broken up.
That was the email I got the most.
Yes.
And even messages on social media, like people sending links.
And the question is, was it you, Casey? Who came closest without going over?
Well, we all went over.
Who lost the showcase?
We all lost it. And how does that work? Like, suppose in The Price is Right, the two showcases go over. Like, nobody gets it, or is it the person?
Nobody gets it.
But I mean, this would be closest in proximity. It'd be you, right? You got closest to the date.
And I need to go back.
What was your date?
My date. Well, so this is what I want to say. I feel like I was forced to do a date because I was like, my date was June. My date was June 1st.
You were forced to do that?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to commit to a date. I just said I think
more,
they're going to
more like a feeling.
Yeah. I felt like they were going to go on for a little while.
Yeah, well, no. Well, you got closest. You won.
Yeah.
Take your win.
You calling no fair?
On yourself?
No, I'm not.
No, he said he was forced into it.
I want to go back and listen to the tape, but I knew it wasn't going to last. He's too ugly. I'm sorry. I know he's got a huge Johnson, but look at his face.
Look at everyone he's been with.
It doesn't
Look at everyone he's been with. It does not matter.
No, but it's ended. They've all ended.
Yeah.
Right. That's what he's saying. I mean, it's like, so it's his face you're saying.
Right?
Like they see his face, though.
Yeah.
Like, and they still get with him.
But
but
after
it
a
doesn't
while,
last.
they're like, I can't do that. I can't look at this face forever. Like at first, it was cute. Like he's quirky looking. Do you know what I mean?
Not really, but
Okay.
I get it.
Let's get the story.
Yeah.
Let's get to what?
Let's get the story.
Oh, okay. Well, there's not much to it, really.
So they didn't really say anything?
The sources said that they've had a lot of love and respect for each other, but that the long-distance dating made it really difficult to maintain a relationship.
That's bullcrap because she was traveling to Australia because he was shooting a movie down in Australia. And they said that last trip she went to Australia was supposedly to work on the relationship, which I don't believe. I think they finally decided, okay, enough, and move on, right?
Yeah, or it's the face thing.
You're too ugly.
Was talking about.
Yeah, I just realized you're very ugly.
On Saturday, Davidson was photographed on the set of Wizards for the first time since the news broke, and he was wearing a green trucker hat and a T-shirt that read, "What I Feel Like S." So there will be more about this in the near future, but yeah, they're over with, and no big surprise.
Well, it could have been a great love of the ages.
Yeah. This was a messed up story over the weekend. I'm sure you guys saw. Anne Heche, the actress, was severely burned when her car crashed into a house in Los Angeles. The vehicle, which officials say was registered to Heche, ran into a 2-story home in the city's Mar Vista neighborhood and burst into heavy fire on Friday. TMZ reports that she was behind the wheel of a Mini Cooper. They also published a picture of her in the vehicle. The LAFD says that it had 59 firefighters on the scene to contain the fire, that they stated that one person who was critically injured was rescued and taken to the hospital. Heche suffered significant burns, was deemed to be under the influence and acting erratically, according to a source. law enforcement officials told the LA Times app. And according to TMZ, witnesses first saw her crash into a garage of an apartment building in the neighborhood before the car smashed into the home of the west side of the city. So she left this first scene after a crash and then went and ran through this house.
And there was a still of her inside the car, Preston. Did you see this? And there was the red cap of a vodka bottle.
Oh, stop.
Right,
really?
right on the console in front of her, yeah.
I can't find the photo. I mean, like, I see the burnt car, but I don't see the one of her in it.
She is currently intubated, but she is in stable condition. And so it was severe burns. So she's in a bad way. Now, I don't know to what parts of her body or anything like that.
I haven't seen that, but it took, like, she was in this burning car for quite a while, and they had to use some sort of crane contraption to lift her out of it.
Lynn Bernstein, a neighbor in the area, said Heche's car went almost all the way through the house and almost immediately caught fire. The LA Fire Department responded to the call about 10:56 a.m. And according to Bernstein, the woman who lived inside of the home was in shock as she noticed 3 men in the house before noticing Heche's car. She said, I don't think she got what was going on. What happened, Bernstein said, she was extremely fortunate. So were the dogs and her turtle. So
You upset my turtle.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Bonkers.
It was the middle of the day, huh?
Yeah, it was like just before 11 a.m., yeah.
She was going, they estimated, 90 miles an hour.
Oh, really?
90 miles an hour.
All right. What was the audio you sent over? Oh, we can't.
No, we can.
Oh, we can?
It's not
Okay.
over, though, for some reason.
So there are just a couple of things. There was, she had done, I think was most telling is the LA news anchors that are covering the scene as they take her body out on a gurney. Basically, she sits up, and they were so sure that whoever had been rescued from that car or taken out of that car was dead, it stunned them.
I don't have that audio over yet, but I do have
Do you have
this.
any Katy Perry?
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
That should be the default on the evening news if they don't have that. We don't have that footage of Afghanistan. Let's play the chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
When news breaks, tune to us to hear the chili dog song.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking
News
on
you can
a chili
use.
dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
It actually takes a down story and makes it more pleasant.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. So anyhow, we'll see if there's a follow-up to this, which I'm sure there will be. Let's see. Willow Smith is breaking her silence when it comes to her dad, Will Smith, slapping Chris Rock. In a recent interview with Billboard, Willow shared her reaction to what unfolded in March. The 21-year-old singer said that the media frenzy surrounding the slap didn't rock her so much as her own internal demon. She said, I see my whole family as being human, and I love and accept them for all their humanness. Willow added that her family's fame has an effect on how people perceive them. She said, because of the position that we're in, our humanness sometimes isn't accepted, and we're expected to act in a way that isn't conducive to a healthy human life and isn't conducive to being honest. Whatever, man.
What the is this?
You know. All right. So he apologized directly to Chris, right?
He apologized at Chris.
At him?
Yeah, it was not right now, but he did a more extensive apology during our time off where he talked about it. I think he's still kind of going around it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Terrible. Yeah.
I think once he said the real thing to do is to do mano a mano and apologies. But apparently Chris Rock is not the one who's into receiving that apology right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Which is his
Yeah, he can't. It's his prerogative.
Yeah.
So back to the Kardashians, back to the Jenner sphere. Khloe Kardashian and
We just added a new warp drive.
a new warp drive.
Absolutely. We
Wow.
can do the Kessel Run in 5 parsecs.
Whoa! No way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
That's less than half of the record, right? Wasn't it 12
Yeah.
parsecs?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just kicking ass in this thing.
Okay.
And taking names.
All right, so Khloe Kardashian and Tristan Thompson have officially welcomed.
That's my sonic disruptor. Gets rid of the asteroids in my way because once you hit warp, they can go right through the outer hull.
of course.
Okay.
Constantly making improvements. I have missed. We've been on vacation for 2 weeks. I've missed playing with these toys, these sound toys. It's too fun. Anyhow, Khloe and Tristan officially welcomed baby number 2. The child is a boy.
Adorable.
Reports first surfaced on the 13th that the two were expecting a second child via surrogate, despite no longer being together. Representative for the Kardashians later confirmed the news in a statement, and so on.
So is his seed and
her egg.
and her egg, but we had,
In a different
obviously you
oven.
would never release the name of the person who was the surrogate.
Well, I mean that really, I guess, all depends on the surrogate,
Right. Was it Katy Perry?
It was not, but surrogacy. Like, did anybody watch the Tig Notaro documentary?
I did, yeah.
And so we had her in studio not that
Comedian,
long
yeah,
ago, and I had no idea that she had been going through all this stuff that she had been going through. But she tried to go through some surrogacies,
Yes.
and unfortunately it just didn't take because she didn't have enough like eggs, and so the surrogates. I feel like some of them were a little bit loony, and then other ones are just angels. You know what I mean? Like they just want to help some people out.
Yeah, okay.
So anyhow, they went through the surrogacy. Okay.
What?
They're loony.
Some of them I feel like they are.
Okay. Have you seen like interviews with them and stuff?
I know. It's just like
Tonight we rip the lid off loony surrogates. They're out there throwing babies out of their uterus all willy-nilly. What's going on out there with those crazy surrogates?
Wait, is Looney Surrogates, is that a good band name?
Ooh.
We are the loony surrogates.
Writing it
We
down.
might keep the babies.
In fact, you have to put a V in front of that. The loony.
Okay, yeah.
Listen, you have to understand there's an interview process for this very reason.
That's right.
Me saying that does not. I'm not.
No.
So they choose the loony one?
No, they don't
no,
choose the loony.
They don't choose
Well,
the
so
loony
what are you
ones.
talking about then?
He's saying that some of them are loony and some of them are in it for the right reasons and some of them are loony and in it for the wrong reasons.
Probably.
There you
yeah,
go. All
Possibly,
right.
or they're just crazy.
Nick, their first album would be called "Don't Choose the Loony."
Oh, man.
All right. Anyway. Thompson also has a 5-year-old son named Prince with
choose
Jordan
the loony.
Craig, his ex-girlfriend prior to Kardashian. And so, yep, they had the baby. There you go. All right.
And they went with a non-loony surrogate.
Apparently, well, we don't know.
We don't know. Could be crazy.
On Friday, Romeo and Juliet actor John Leguizamo lamented the casting of James Franco as Fidel Castro in the upcoming film Alina of Cuba. He wrote, "How's this going on? How is Hollywood excluding us but stealing our narratives as well? No more appropriation, Hollywood and streamers. Boycott this effed up," he wrote on an Instagram post. He said, plus, seriously difficult story to tell without aggrandizement, which would be wrong. I don't got a prob with Franco, but he ain't Latino. But following this, Fidel Castro's daughter, Elena Fernandez, told Deadline that she supported Franco in the role of her father.
Yeah, she approves.
The project, she said, is almost entirely Latino, both in front and behind the camera. James Franco has an obvious physical resemblance with Fidel Castro besides his skills and charisma, she said. And he does. When he has that straggly beard, he looks a lot like Fidel Castro.
And the story's pretty amazing. So she was, Castro's daughter, but then, turned completely against him and has been working tirelessly to fight his legacy. So.
Yeah. Hey, this was sad to see, man. Veteran actor Roger E. Mosley, best known for his role as Theodore T.C. Calvin on Magnum P.I., has passed away. His daughter said he was 83 years old. His daughter's name is Cha Mosley, and she said that he passed away Sunday at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. It was from injuries he had in a car crash.
Yeah, that sucks.
He was involved in a car crash last week that left him paralyzed from the shoulders down and in critical condition.
He was the helicopter pilot on Magnum P.I.
Yeah, Shaw said in a post published over the weekend, further specifics about the incident were not released. I started alongside Tom Selleck in Magnum P.I., has some 70 acting credits during a career that spanned 6 decades to his name. His last credited role was performing as John Bookie in a remake of Magnum P.I. Actor Stephen Hill, who plays TC in the Magnum P.I. reboot, issued a statement on Instagram saying, "We have all been honored by the example of Mosley's life. Rest in power to the king, father, husband, friend, trailblazer, black power man, coach, gentleman, powerhouse, talent, and mentor Roger E. Mosley. So that was sad. I always liked his character, man.
I
thought he
dug
was
that
so
show.
cool.
Their camaraderie with that cluster. It was Rick Wright, the cabaret owner, the bar owner, whatever he was. Yeah, it was really well done.
Yep. Let's see. What else do you have here for you? Mike Tyson has a bone to pick with Hulu. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the former boxer is not happy with the streaming platform's limited series Mike, which follows his life and career. Tyson posted to Instagram on Saturday, Hulu is the streaming version of The Slave Master. They stole my story and didn't pay me. He also wrote, Hulu's on Twitter, he wrote, Hulu stole my story. They're Goliath and I'm David. Heads will roll for this, he said.
Man, you don't want Mike Tyson upset with you.
Yep.
You work at Hulu? It's time to kick your ass.
Peter Jackson is an explanation for why he was not involved in Amazon Prime's Lord of the Rings prequel series, The Rings of Power. In a recent interview on the Hollywood Reporter's Awards Chatter podcast, the Academy Award-winning director said, they asked me if I wanted to be involved, and I said, that's an impossible question to answer without seeing a script. And apparently the Rings of Power team promised to send him the scripts when they were done, but they didn't. He said the scripts never showed up, and that's the last thing I heard. Well, you would think you'd want Peter Jackson involved in that.
He did such a brilliant job with the original material, and there is some talk that a lot of this stuff that they say is directly related to the Tolkien story is not, that they've created a lot of this storyline out of thin air. So we'll see. Where do you fall on a desire to see this now, especially with the Game of Thrones universe?
So
it's a lot of sword and stuff going on.
And I bailed on The Hobbit. I was happy with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That was enough for me. But I am curious as to the creation of the Rings of Power,
right?
Because they just and I've never read Tolkien, or I read The Hobbit, but I haven't gone through the whole library of it all. But because at the beginning of that movie, they just say, and the Rings of Power were given to, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but where the hell they come from? Why? What kind of power do you get? I don't know any of that stuff. I would like to know those things. So I'm mildly interested.
There are fanatics that know this stuff. Stephen Colbert is an absolute fanatic. So there's a lot of lore and mythos there.
Yeah, so I'm kind of on board. Definitely Game of Thrones first for me. I'm a little more invested in that, but... we'll see.
And that's all, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's all new material too, right? That's not George R.R. Martin stuff?
Yeah, I don't know who has guided the writing of that or if he's tipped his hat and said, here, have at it.
He's actually giving thumbs up to what he's seen so far of the new series.
Yeah.
And he says it's really good. So I don't know, we'll take that for what it's worth. But when the creator of the whole world gives it the thumbs up, that's a good sign. Yep. Tolkien, of course, is no longer alive.
Yeah. The Flash, starring Ezra Miller as Barry Allen, is still moving forward despite the actor's recent scandals and multiple arrests.
I wonder how they're gonna.
It's according to a report.
I mean, you're not gonna send him out to do press.
No, they're just gonna have to avoid that. Yeah. Per Variety, Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav said that he's very excited for the upcoming film, which has a June 2023 release date. Miller, of course, has been the center of controversial moments and events over the past several months. He was arrested multiple times in Hawaii for disorderly conduct and assault, and there was also of him accused of allegedly grooming an 18-year-old whose parents were all up in arms, but the 18-year-old says there's no problem. So it's kind of some weird stuff going on. The Flash news comes shortly after Warner Brothers canceled the franchise's sister film, Batgirl. So that's not going to happen.
So they had this $100 million movie virtually completed.
Yeah.
I mean, they were able to do test screenings, which apparently did not go well.
Yep. A Warner Brothers spokesperson confirmed the DC Comics film was being nixed as its budget reportedly increased to more than $90 million amid the COVID-19 delays. Leslie Grace, who was slated to play Barbara Gordon in Batgirl, took to Instagram on Wednesday and shared a series of movie images and footage from the set of the nearly $100 million superhero film, starting with the caption, Querida Familia, meaning dear family in Spanish. On the heels of the recent news about our movie Batgirl, I'm proud of the love, hard work, and intention all of our incredible cast and tireless crew put into this film over 7 months in Scotland. She said how truly blessed she felt working with an incredible team on the project, and added a special note to all Batgirl fans. She said, "Thank you for the love and belief, allowing me to take on the cape and become, as Babs said best, my own damn hero."
So
But it's not going to happen.
There's a couple of things with this. They're not going to release it at all. They're not going to release it on HBO Max. They're not going to release it, period. And then Brendan Fraser, everyone was thrilled because he finally got a role. He was, one of the villains in the movie. Michael Keaton was reprising his role as Batman in the movie.
In Batgirl?
In Batgirl, yeah. So, in addition, to the Flash movie. So it's crazy. But people apparently who saw the screenings of this big, you'd think it was a big movie. These are the same guys who did Ms. Marvel, by the way, the same directors. They say it looked cheap. It looked like like a sub-level movie. Like it should have gone directly to
Like more TV show?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. All right, I think we have clips, do we?
We do.
BJ Novak makes his directorial debut with comedy thriller Vengeance. And here he explains a valuable lesson he learned while writing the script that developed into a theme of the movie. Here's our first clip.
Whenever I'm stuck, I realize, you know what, dude, you're trying too hard to say something and to be smart or funny or cool. Just kind of think and listen. And what do real people say and feel? And so, especially a movie like this where I was so far out of my comfort zone, like exploring West Texas, I thought, well, I'm not going to like make statements. I'm going to hear who these people really are. And it actually becomes a theme of the movie.
I don't give a
Vengeance is out in theaters now, by the way. Here's the next clip. Brad Pitt, no stranger to action, and instantly jumped at the opportunity to work with his former stunt double, David Leaked, in Bullet Train. And in this clip, Pitt describes the full circle moment for Leaked from stunt double to director. Here we go.
In that scenario, he's helping me with my character. So in some ways, I get the say. Now we come back around full circle. He's developed into a director with his own vernacular, your own language. It's really fun to see. And to get to come on board in that capacity. And now with my director, Dave Leitch, who's the author, the ultimate author of the piece, was a really beautiful symmetry for our friendship, Dave.
Shut up, dummy.
So I guess it's pronounced Leach, spelled Leitch. That did not sound like Brad Pitt to me.
There's a lot of this going on. Was he sucking on a lifesaver or something?
He was sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah. Sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Brad Pitt sucking on a chili dog. They were hoping for bigger. They were putting a lot of stock in this movie, so it was sort of a disappointment. Even with $30 million, they were expecting it to go bigger. It's from the John Wick camp.
Okay.
I don't know. It looks like they're trying for that blend of humor and over-the-top action.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Bullet Train is in theaters now. It was number one over the weekend, but yep. All right, there you go. That's what I got. Your entertainment report for today. First one back.
Yeah, it was good.
Got that one in the books. All done. All right, let's take a break and come back in just a moment. We shall continue our Monday morning steaming session because it is a toasty one today, friends. Be careful of your outdoors. We'll be back in a moment. He reveals in a new interview.
Just placed a call to Chuck DeMacco.
An interview with the Daily Mail.
I can't be bought.
He says that he rejected an offer to officiate Napster founder Sean Parker's wedding in character as Gandalf from Lord of the Rings.
That's a little demeaning. For how much?
$1.5 million.
I'll put the suit on now.
You're damn right you will. How can you pass that up? I mean, sure, it's below you, but it's $1.5 million.
I'm afraid, how about I'll get the suit now. I'll provide my own beard.
Could you imagine? I mean,
Yes.
Jesus.
everybody's got a price, right?
He'll officiate as Gandalf. I'll do the first dance as Magneto.
And I'll even do a panda bear. I'll do Kung Fu Panda if you want. I don't give a good goddamn. That's good money.
Ian says I was offered $1.5 million to marry a very famous couple in California.
Yeah, a couple.
Which I would perhaps have considered doing, but I had to go dressed as Gandalf. So I said, I am sorry, Gandalf doesn't do weddings.
Well, why not do it and then donate that money to a charity?
That would listen. That's a great idea.
No. Keep the money.
Okay, donate.
And donate the wedding to charity.
And no, because here's the deal. I mean, it's just the act of dressing up for you. That's the whole thing, as opposed to for an audience or for a review or something, or a piece of art.
Right.
That's where his beef is, I think. So
is the fear that if he does it for Sean Fanning, he has to do it for anybody else that has $1.5 million?
I don't know. Maybe. He said, I don't go.
It is an honor for Gandalf to officiate the wedding of the situation. Many years when we first saw you and your abdominal muscles on the Jersey Shore, we were all moved with your daily ritual of gym, tan, laundry. But as time progressed, you fell in love with Sophia. And now you two shall enter into the holiest of unions.
May we have the one ring.
I'm so glad Mike D is here, and Snooky, and even Puck showed up from an earlier TV show.
Wow. Oh, God.
That would be weird. Yeah, I could see where it'd be a little demeaning. If they make him drive, if the word was he had to literally show up in costume, or maybe they could set up a place behind the, in the alleyway.
He would have had to have been
Me with my my socks on going on. God damn it! Why did I agree to this? I can't get this thing that hooks in the back.
Yeah. It's like 90 degrees, and he's wearing this full robe.
My balls are swimming.
So we had a funeral to attend earlier this week, and my entire family cut the line.
Your entire family cut the line at a funeral, at a viewing?
Yeah, at a viewing, yeah. So let me just set it up for you. Let me tell you exactly what happened.
You have a decent-sized family.
Well, so it was, so here, hear me out.
I know what happened. Sure. I'm Kathy Romano.
No.
Could I get a seat closer to the coffin, please?
No. So my mom showed up right before us, and so she was in line. My mom was in line. Me, my dad, and both my brothers came a little bit later. Well, we came at the wrong time. We pulled up. The parking lot was full. The cars were on the street, down the street. The line was through the room. Out into the lobby area, down the hallway, out the door, and down the sidewalk.
So it's a hopping wake.
It was a hopping wake.
It was the wake to be at.
So it was one of my mom's.
It wasn't bougie at all.
Wasn't bougie at all.
It was one of my mom's best friends. She's been friends with this woman forever. It was her brother. So we knew him. We had met him a few times over the years. Had just recently seen him. Maybe it was a year ago or something like that. But we were there for my mom's friend to pay our respects to her.
Show support. Yes.
So you weren't even super close with this person.
Right.
You figured that you could be obnoxious.
Sure. Yeah. You can cut in line.
No. So my mom was in line, and the line to get up to the family was so long. So the way the funeral home is set up, I parked out.
I'm not doing that.
No, it was not like that. No, just listen. So I parked out back, and there was a back door. So we walked through that door, and they were kind of filtering people because there were other people coming through that door. They were kind of filtering people off to the side to try to get them to go back outside and get in line. It wasn't working. There were other people that were kind of merging into the line, which we probably could have done that. But I looked into the room, and my Christopher goes, "Look, there's Mom," and he just beelined it. He walked directly.
Go.
And they had they had ropes set up, and because there were so many people, they were expecting a lot of people.
Yeah.
No, it was Christopher. It wasn't me.
It's like the wake version of Goodfellas, where she comes in through the back, through the kitchen, and they, what do you do for a living? I'm on radio.
So Christopher just walks right over to my mom and, says, "Hi, Mom," gives her a hug. Now, my mom is maybe 10 people away from the family. So she was right up front. She had yet to reach the casket, but she was right there.
Yeah.
And my dad, not caring about anything, just same thing. He walked over and just he went, "Excuse me," to the people behind my mom and just stepped right in front of them. So now I'm there and I'm like, okay. And so I follow suit. I go over and I say hi. And now my mom is facing directly forward and she's like, "I can't even look at the people behind us. I just can't." She was like,
she's mortified.
Mortified. And I'm like, I'm going to go sit in the chairs. I'm not going to wait in line so that all three of us have now, butted in line. I'm going to go sit at the chairs. So I went over, I sat at the chairs. And then when they got up to the family, I just snuck over and I got in. I said hi to my mom's friend and all of the other family members. Now we're finished. We said hi to the family, paid our respects, and we're now exiting. And they have a line set up for the people exiting. Well,
why didn't you take some flowers on the way out?
Right.
Listen, it actually gets worse.
Oh no.
So as we're leaving, when I butted in line, I went in front of my mom. So I was the first of my family. So I'm leaving now, and all of a sudden I see my brother Jim, and he's walking down the exit line.
He walked up the exit line.
He walked up the exit line, ran over to my mom's friend, paid his respects to the family, and then we all got out. Now we're in the lobby, and the people who were behind us the entire time.
I'm sorry, it's fantasy football night.
Right.
Who never said anything. Yeah. I see them walking out. And I'm like, we got to go. I'm like, let's go. I mean, we were all pretty embarrassed, but
you saved a lot of time.
We just didn't want to wait.
I'll tell you this.
Really.
Khloe Kardashian has a thing for basketball players. Of course, her soon-to-be ex-husband,
love them.
Lamar Odom, starred for the Los Angeles Lakers, and now her ex-boyfriend James Harden and Rashad McCants were also NBA players. And it looks like Kardashian has hooked up with another. She was spotted vacation in Cabo San Lucas with.
Yoo-hoo.
With.
You're a cutie. What's your name? Yoo-hoo.
An avalanche starts. Porpoises are beaching themselves.
She was vacationing.
You're cute.
You're cute.
You're a cutie pie. I want to just eat you up. And I literally will eat you. I will devour your flesh and bones. In tribute to Zool.
She was in Cabo with Tristan Thompson of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, I say this with all due respect. If you have had the checkered history with basketball players that she's had, as the family's had up to this point,
right?
Maybe deviate from that a little bit.
But she needs big guys because she's a big girl.
True.
You know what I mean?
Well, then get the who's the guy from Game of Thrones?
Oh, the Mountain.
The Mountain. How about that dude?
Yeah, that dude is big.
He's big.
Yeah.
Thor, isn't that his name?
Oh no.
Did you get my email about Pine Valley?
Yes, that they have. You can go walk the course.
Yeah, that Crump Cup thing that they have every year. Are you interested in doing that?
I was actually going to play the golf course.
I know, and that's why
I have an invitation to it. So
don't you want to walk it first?
Shut up, man. It is the #1 golf course in the world.
In the world.
A lot of people don't realize that. Here, right across the river in New Jersey, kind of near the Blackwood area.
It's in Clementon.
It's by Clementon Park.
Right.
The #1 golf course in the world. According to Golf Digest, according to Golf Magazine, yes.
In the world?
In the world.
Is right here?
Well, then, all right, dare I say the universe. Because I'm pretty sure they're not playing golf
in the
anywhere
known
else.
universe, yes. It's called Pine Valley. It's super duper, extremely exclusive.
I read that whole article
Just
you
one second,
sent.
just 1 second. Please.
Okay, sure. I've been invited by somebody who knows a member there.
And don't you want to walk it first, maybe?
We were supposed to play like a month ago.
Oh!
Okay. The day before.
Oh, Steve, I got something.
The day before I was supposed to play, I got a text from them that said that there was a work emergency and I couldn't go. And
You were so excited.
I'm not even making this up. I'm not saying this figuratively. I literally was having a dream about it the night before. I was that stoked to go.
Steve,
so, and it hasn't come together yet. So, is this the privilege approaching?
Privilege. Privilege, privilege. Privilege, 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 privilege. Privilege, privilege. Privilege.
Steve was showing me a video this morning. The Paralympics are going on right now.
They're fascinating to watch.
I saw two things the other day. I saw, Nick showed me a volleyball player who's 8 feet tall, and he just sit on the ground and play volleyball, but he's an 8-footer, so he's got a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, basically he's taller than the net.
Yeah, and then I saw a guy in an archery competition with no arms.
Yeah.
So he holds the bow and pulls the bowstring back with his feet.
And that requires a good amount of strength.
Crazy amount of strength. I don't know what pound pull bow he was using, but just to position yourself that way is pretty wild. So it got me thinking, us as non-amputees or people born without limbs, are there things that you... on vacation, so a few of them built up, and I wanted to send this one out. It says, hey guys, this is former intern Ed from the fall of 2019 and spring 2020 groups. Reaching out to ask for a belated 33rd birthday shout-out when you guys make your triumphant return from break. My birthday was July 27th. He says, I'm feeling good, and I hope you are too. And I graduated with my master's from Temple in media studies and production in May of 2020 and have been working a full-time remote position as a design editor for a major newspaper publisher.
Very cool.
And I was able to walk in person at Temple's Klein College graduation this past December. I hope to catch up with you guys in person real soon. I had such a blast during my time with the show. Former best, and that is from former intern Ed Betts. So Ed, shout out for you and congratulations, man. His master's degree, and he's got a nice full-time gig.
Very kind of him to give us all the credit for that.
Of course he did. Yes, it was very nice of him to do that. So I mentioned, yes, we took some time off. We had a lengthy vacation, with 20 some odd years working this radio show has allowed us to accrue some vacation time, so we were able to take that. And hopefully everybody got a chance to kind of recharge a little bit.
I mean, both you and I visited family members. So, my dad and your mom. And oddly enough, we switched. I visited your mom. You visited my dad. It was just weird. My dad's, who the hell are you?
Yeah, I just did. And I just kind of slept on the couch.
Yeah. Quit your pissed off screaming.
I try not to get in the way too much. But being on vacation is something that some of us might take for granted. And here is an example of that story. So Sixers guard Tyrese Maxey apparently has never in his life ever taken any type of vacation before. And recently, Coach Doc Rivers had been trying him to get him to take a break. Because
you can burn out.
He's got like an intense work ethic.
Yeah.
Okay, so he practices really, 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 really hard. And he said he finally got him to do it over the summer. He said he's the most impressive young player I've ever had in 21 years of coaching. So that's how impressive he is. His work ethic is beyond belief. He said, many times already this summer, at least 2-3 times, we've had to tell him to go sit down somewhere and go relax. He works with Sam Cassell, and he said, my son Spencer as their skill development coaches, and he called Spencer 2 weeks ago because he went on vacation. The difference is this is the first vacation he's ever been on in his life. And he said, he told us about it, and Doc said, wait, what? And he said, no, I've never been on vacation. He asked Spencer, what do you do on vacation?
Oh my gosh, wow.
He's like, what do you do? And Spencer was like, well, you relax. And he goes, well, for how long? Like, for how many days? Because, we're going through a week, and I can't relax for a week. Yeah. So he has a hard time.
Oh, my gosh. That's, kind of cute.
It is. It's adorable. And eventually, he'll learn to relish the time off. Yeah. But he's probably at a place in his career where it's just go, 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 go all the time. and is completely focused on that. There was a time when I was absolutely like that.
Listen, it's part of the deal when you're trying to put things together. I'm still more a long weekend than a full vacation kind of guy, unless I have something planned and precisely like this time I was going to visit my dad, and that was a mission, and it felt right. It was good. But I certainly can understand, and I've known people who just don't take vacations, are almost afraid of the concept of taking a vacation.
Yeah, listen, just sitting around is boring to me.
Yes.
But taking a trip, planning something.
Doing something.
Is
Right.
a blast.
It is.
I love it.
If you can do it.
Yeah.
Even sitting around, I could do that.
Well, yeah, I can do it. If you make me do it, I'll do it. But I do like to have some type of activity or something like that. But we were curious of those who, for whatever reason, either you just don't vacation because you don't really like to,
right,
or you never have taken one before in your life for whatever reason.
Is there a phobia of taking vacations, of having downtime? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR.
Well, and kind of like a public service, I feel like it might have to wait, but we should probably get a group together if they've never been on vacation and take them on vacation.
We'll show you how to
used to do
We
that.
could show
Yeah,
you.
we could broadcast live from like Universal or something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, we've just determined that no actual park in this country wants us there at all. I don't know what our reputation is. Let's work Dollywood, see if we can get that.
The issue for so many people, though, is that, especially for like skilled laborers and stuff like that, that aren't given paid time off and paid vacation, when they take a vacation, not only are they
losing
spending
money.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, they're not only spending money, they're losing money,
Yeah.
right?
Case, I know a guy who owns a restaurant, and it's his business, and he's like one of the head chefs. He has a really hard time with it because when he's gone, he misses out on every opportunity that presents itself by being gone, and he carries that guilt with him for a really long time. It's hard. I get it.
I absolutely get it. When I was freelancing and doing a lot of stand-up comedy, when I was doing that, you like if you ever see the Joan Rivers documentary, when her career had been well established, and she freaked out when she had a brief period where there were no gigs scheduled. She had to be working constantly.
Steve, was any of that ever for you? Was it ever like vacation like when traveling for gigs?
Yeah, actually it was. Like sometimes it would be exciting to go to a place like, well, I remember going to Seattle. I mean, I thought that was wonderful, and that's when we got hiked around Rainier, because the cool part of being a comedian is you're just working at night.
Yeah.
But there is also the downside if you're in an exciting place like Seattle, or if you're in a not so exciting place like Spartanburg, South Carolina. Yeah. There's the both sides of a coin.
Yeah, you get a little variety.
Right. In Spartanburg, I was watching Kung Fu in Spanish in a Ramada hotel room.
Okay.
Yeah.
So less vacation there.
Less majesty of the mountains.
I'm going to go to Steve on the phone. Hi, Steve. Good morning. Steve, are you there? Oh, we just lost Steve. Okay.
Oh, man.
We will go next, and that's our phone lines doing a wonderful job this morning. I'll go to Craig Legons, our friend. Hey, Craig, good morning.
What's up, Broadcasters?
Hey, man. How you doing, bud?
I'm good. I just wanted to tell you guys, sorry, out of breath, late for work. 35 years of working. Never gone on vacation.
We have known you for so long, and I did not realize this. 35. You have never taken a vacation. I mean, have you done 1 or 2 day? You've done days off,
trip?
right?
Yeah,
A trip?
Yeah, I've had a whole week off.
Yeah.
I've had extended weekends. I just don't go anywhere. I've never planned a trip.
Have you ever been on a plane, Craig?
Many times, but that was just like when I went out to L.A. to audition, I was auditioning every day.
Yeah.
It really wasn't.
Okay, so why are you as out of breath as you are right now? I need to know this. Are you running?
He's running to L.A.
Yeah.
He's got an audition.
Well, see, I'm trying to get a vacation and medical leave. See that?
Right. You're going to do it the smart way. You're going to have a heart attack, and then you'll get some time off.
No, I walked to work, and it was so windy on the Chestnut Street Bridge that you couldn't hear me. So I'm trying to run to get inside. You can hear me.
What do you do? What do you do for a living, by the way, Craig?
I'm an AV tech. I work at the FMC building, the big tall building, on 30th Street. And I've been with this company since 2013. And the thing is, at the end of the year, the building is closed for the last 2 weeks of December. So I've had weeks off, 2 weeks off, and I don't go anywhere. I don't
Do you get sort of nervous? Do you get jittery when you have time off?
No. But the thing is, Steve, I love other people's vacation photos, like when they go away, something like that. It's like that. I think that looks.
All right,
I've never done it.
Craig, give me one place you'd like to go to vacation to.
Oh, Camden.
Camden. So you gotta set your sights a little higher.
Yeah.
Now, Camden's lovely, and there's a great beach community, but no,
I don't have to get a dictionary or learn another language.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Well, we'll have to work on that.
Yeah, we will. We'll try and help you out, Craig.
Thank you, guys.
All right, man. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We'll see you. But outside of that, but at least he's had time off.
Time off.
And, some people won't even take time off.
Well,
You know what I mean?
and they lose the time off.
Yeah.
As Casey said, and initially, obviously, there's some people who if you're self-employed, or you're running your own restaurant or whatever, you'll take a hit when you take time off. You sort of build that into your schedule and setting money aside. But besides that, it is bad not to take time to recharge. You need it, and you can lose sight of that.
But I wonder if there are those people that would literally go, well, I don't know what I'd do if you're kind of like
what do you
Nancy
do?
here.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd do if I took any time off. I don't even want to stop to think about what I would do.
And it seems scary to him. Like if I don't have a structure, I can kill time. I can do things, hobby stuff or whatever, and I can be by myself and kill time. But I know people are not all like that.
Here are a couple of texts coming in. This is, I don't take vacations. I'm like Steve, more like taking long weekends. I'm constantly losing PTO.
Paid time off.
Okay, paid time off because I never take any time off at my job, and I've never taken a week off of work ever.
What sucks is if you don't use your PTO, for some people, they can turn that into extra money. But a lot of times you don't get any.
You lose it.
just lose it.
Yeah.
Our time doesn't port from year to year, right? I mean, obviously we've been here for a long time, so we've accrued vacation. But I mean, there. I remember years ago, like part-time jobs would give you paid days off, and I would accrue those. It was pretty wild.
Now, if you're allowed paid time off, take your time off. Take your paid time off, or you're wasting money.
Physically,
Really.
mentally.
Yeah.
Even if you don't think you need to do it, you need to recharge.
Here's another one that says, I'll be 39 tomorrow, and I've never had more than a long weekend. Never had a vacation. Yeah. Wow. That's a stretch. Let me go. All right, we got Steve, who I was trying to get on earlier, back on. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Not much. So it's kind of funny. My cousin and I always talk about I never take vacation, and he says, it's funny. I work for a company, and we get these things called vacation. And I'm like, well, what is that? And so it's a joke between both of us all the time. But, I own a company, a private investigative firm, been doing it for 20-some years, and opened up my company probably about 12 years ago. And honestly, I have never taken vacation. My wife, my daughters, they get upset with me. Just take a day or two off. I tried one time. I was constantly looking at my emails. I started missing cases. They didn't want to use my company because I wasn't, available. So it's just, I don't take any vacation.
I completely hear that. Let me ask you: Does your family will they go on vacation?
They will. Ironically, I just bought a pool membership this summer, and I said, I swear, I'm going to go to the pool. And the pool is literally 7 minutes down the road from our house, and I went there once. And checking emails, I had to leave because I was getting rushed cases. Like right now, I'm following a cheating spouse right now. So I'm just.
All right, Steve, how do you feel about that, though, Steve? I mean, does part of you feel like you're missing out on something, or are you happy to keep going at this pace?
I am missing out. My daughters, they're 11 months apart. They're Irish twins, so they're 15 and 16. They're involved in soccer for travel and soccer for high school. Honestly, ironically, this weekend we're going to a Hershey Park soccer tournament.
Okay.
So I might be able to go to Hershey Park for one day and hang out with them, but my vacation.
I completely understand when you're building up your career and all that stuff's coming together, but would it be possible to tail cheating spouses who travel? Would that be cool? Would that be a way to...
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I have one probably next week in Ocean City, Maryland.
There you go.
Schedule that.
Yeah. Get one who's going to Acapulco.
Call ahead.
Yeah. Right? Then you tie and both together. Hey, do me a favor if you could, Steve. If you just send an email with your contact information, if you could, to me. Not that I'm needed personally, but it might be something for the show.
No, this is part of the advertising. Specialize in traveling cheaters.
Yeah.
You know, like you put that out there,
You know
you're
what
going to
traveling-
draw that kind of business.
I'll follow them anywhere.
Yeah.
Tropical locations preferred.
Yeah.
Per diem required.
Oh, Steve, this is great
There you
stuff.
go.
This is a whole new business for you.
It is. It is. I do like it. You know, again, I've been doing it since 1998. There was a company out in Springfield, Pennsylvania. I'm from Delaware, so there was a company in Springfield, PA, that hired me with no experience. And, I've been doing it ever since.
Hey,
And loving it.
Stephen, just a little bit of advice to someone whose kids are now in their 20s. I know you have to grow your business and I know you have to make your money, but don't miss this time with your kids. You're going to regret it later on, okay?
I know. Trust me,
It's more important.
Tail your kids.
I agree.
Or tail your children.
Oh my God. Seriously.
Thank you, Steve.
You guys have a great day. You guys rock.
You too. We'll see you later, buddy. Let me see. How about this? Sounds nice. I will go to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning, buddy. What's going on?
Let's see. I was born and raised in New York City. I was a chef for 30 years. Never had a vacation. This coming February is going to be my first vacation to Italy. I'm going by myself. I don't care. And I just can't wait.
That's all. So what made the switch flip in your case, Chris, where you finally said, I've had enough, I'm going to travel, and I'm going to travel big? What put you to that point?
I left the business. I got out of the food service industry right before the pandemic hit really hard. I was just so burned out mentally and physically. I had enough. I couldn't take it anymore. And now I'm a truck driver. And my company allows me time to take off pretty much anytime during the wintertime. And that's it. 2 weeks, February 2nd, I fly out to Italy.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That's all. But you've gone the other end. So not only you're taking a vacation, you're traveling by yourself, which presents a whole bunch of issue for a lot of people, but you're just diving in fully.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know what? I don't have anybody in my life, no kids, no wife. And I figured, why not? Now's the time. If not now, when am I going to do it?
Well, have a great time, man. That's awesome.
Enjoy, Chris. Thanks for joining.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Yeah.
Margheriti.
Here's the text says, did you guys all vacation as kids? I feel that determines it as an adult. We never did because big family, too much money, still never vacation now.
We did occasionally, depending on what my dad was a classic, veteran of World War II, and he was, getting us the suburban life going, and there were years we could afford it and years that we didn't. But yes, traveling with the family was nice. We didn't do it consistently. How about you?
We took a couple of what I would call big vacations, but they were always driving. We're going to drive.
We drove a lot,
yeah,
too.
so we drove. We lived in at the time. I think it was in St. Louis, and then we drove to Washington D.C.,
which is where your Learjet was stored,
of course. And then we took it from there. From there, we went to Palermo. No, but
we had the Jersey Shore, and like so many people around here, like that is it's a driving vacation. The house that we rented. It was a ground level. There was nothing crazy special about it. They crammed the three boys in one bedroom. You know what I mean? But they took us every year. We went to Ocean City, and that was
so you had a set vacation time.
Yeah,
you, Kathy?
Yeah, I was just gonna say we vacationed a lot. That's part of, and what I was gonna tell you guys is my whole activities list and that comes from my mom. That's one of the biggest memories.
She planned out everything,
doing all of that stuff during fall, during Christmas. It was, it was a big deal. Everything was made a big deal, and so that's what I wanted to do for Jace, was to take him and experience this and make memories. So that's really where it stems from. But same thing with vacations, but I didn't even think about this until you said it. I don't think we ever got on a plane as a full family. I remember getting on a plane with my mom, but I don't remember the five of us getting on a plane and going somewhere together.
I don't either. I don't think we flew anywhere as a group, as a whole family. It was always driving. We would drive to Florida. We would drive
we did the Florida drive.
Oh, my God.
So a lot of the driving, if it was for work or we had, as my dad started to do a little bit better, You know, my older brother was out of the picture. You know, he'd left the house and was starting his own family early on. But I remember, like, you know, we were flying out for work. So all of it was tied to work if we were flying or any of those kind of trips. But for the most part, they were road trips to like the Catskills in New York.
Yeah.
Dirty Dancing territory, Kathy.
Yeah.
That's where I got another dancer pregnant. And then,
Oh man.
You got her in trouble. That's what they said.
Right.
In trouble. We went to Disney World when I was 3. My dad worked for U.S. Air, so I'm pretty sure that's the only reason we ever got on a plane as a family.
Cool.
Yeah. But I don't. I remember like 2 things about that entire vacation.
What are the 2 things you remember?
I remember this guy had a stuffed a koala puppet.
Okay.
And I thought it was real. And I remember swimming in the baby pool at the hotel.
And that's it.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, you were itty bitty.
touch my puppet.
Here's a text. Listen to this, Kathy. Kathy, you'll kind of identify with this. Is I'm a 58-year-old, and I don't go on vacation. I have extreme allergies, and I don't know if I can tolerate the smell of the places I would stay. For my daughter's wedding, I slept in my car because the cleaning supplies smelled so bad in the hotel. It was out past Lancaster, and there are fragrance-free hotels, but they're extremely expensive. I also have food allergies. I honestly can't remember the last time I took vacation. It's been decades.
That sucks.
I do take time off work, but I stay home. My kids take vacations, and my daughter has been to 49 of the 50 states.
Hey, I know somebody whose wife doesn't poop on vacation. When they go away, she just cannot go. Like,
there's a lot of people that have that when they travel.
Really?
And, yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard that before.
Or they bring a special bag.
That's like the first thing I do when I get in a hotel room.
Yeah, let's crap this sucker up.
Just drop a deuce. Hell yes.
Let's crap this place up. See how it plays.
Yeah. No, it's usually from travel. Like I'm ready to.
Let's go.
You know, I'm not. What?
Hang on a second. It's not. Sex isn't the first thing that you do when you get into a hotel room with your wife?
No.
What if you're by yourself? First, I'm going to spank it, then I'm going to take a dump.
Yeah.
Hey, back to that woman, though, who has allergies and stuff like that. I would say almost every time I go on vacation, when I get back, I get some sort of sickness, whether it's like a cold and definitely every time I fly when I'm on an airline, at least prior to
That's
COVID.
prohibitive to a lot of people for travel. Even prior to COVID, people are just afraid to travel. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on, and my heart goes out to them because, again, I say you've got to do it to recharge.
I mean, it doesn't make me not want to travel, but I mean, you know, and I think it's part of like wearing my immune system down from, you know, just drinking and, you know, whatever you do.
It's all that stuff. I mean, Kathy, there was a time in my 20s, I never returned from a trip without a social disease. All the time.
I guess I'm super lucky and really grateful. My dad loves to travel and sort of instilled that in me. And so we were able to take some trips when we were growing up and went to the American West. And that's what I love to do. And I've tried to pass it on to my son as well. And my son flies on his own now. Like, he has no fear when it comes to any of that stuff. And
that's great.
I'm really lucky when it comes to any of that. I'm grateful for it. But I love traveling. I love getting any place that I can possibly go.
Now, Kathy talks about getting sick. Nick, the times that you've been injured have almost always been on a vacation break.
Well, sometimes I'm on a balancing board in a bike shop. And
or at a wedding.
Other times I'm at a wedding.
That was work.
But was the wedding on a vacation or?
Well, it was in New Hampshire. It wasn't so much of a wedding as it was a road trip. But no injuries this vacation.
You were going to watch the running of the beavers.
That's right. Yes. But man, like dropping my kid off and watching him have no fear about getting on a plane or going any place, like I'm proud of him and his ability to do that.
Yeah. Any stories from our time off this last couple weeks? I really don't have much to share. We was very low key.
I went to another national park. I went to Mesa Verde National Park, which is in southwest Colorado. That's my 26th. So there are 63 national parks, and I got.
So by the end of next month, you should have all
be. I'm on the way. And then I also, speaking of injuries and not having one, I hiked a 13er for the first time, which was really cool. Yeah, so this was in Rocky Mountain National Park, and my girlfriend she gets altitude sickness. And so Andrea and I were able to hike a 13er in Rocky Mountain, and that was really cool.
So how does she respond? Does she have to take medication or anything? Okay,
she does. But she did great. And then Steve and you and Preston were able to spend time with your family. My dad and mom are in Colorado, and We had a nice family reunion. This place called the Grand Lake Lodge in Rocky Mountain, and it was awesome. My brother lives in Colorado, and I got to see my nephew, so I got time with family as well. It was great.
I actually had a great experience traveling. That was one of my big considerations because everyone's been telling horror stories. And prior to COVID, literally down to hours
that's right.
before everything shut down, I was set to go visit my dad, who I at that point had not seen in a couple of years. So I was able to go out and see my dad. Just turned 94. He had a little bit of a health scare. Turned out he's doing well, but I said, I've got to go see him. And so I went out, saw him, and it was great for me because I got to see him. He's doing very well at 94. And Sheila, who's, my basic, for all intents and purposes, my stepmother, she's fantastic. They're both doing well. And that to me, being able to do that, travel without the angst, see them and get back did me a world of good.
I had one travel experience, and that was I ended up on standby for the first time ever.
Oh.
I've never had that happen. I was flying back from Florida visiting my mom and sister, and I get to the airport, my flight was canceled. Flat out canceled.
Yeah, it sucks,
and so
right?
it was like a 10:30 flight, and I got there, fortunately, because we thought traffic was going to be bad, and it wasn't. I got there 2 hours ahead of my flight, so I go straight to the desk. They put me. There was another flight at 2:30. They were going to definitely get me on, but they said there's one at noon. We can put you on standby. And I'm like, I've only heard the term standby, and I don't really know what that means. So explain it to me, and they did. Essentially, just go and wait, and if they have room, they call your name and they put you on.
Did you get any other offers for things that they were going to throw in?
No, nothing. I didn't push it. I wanted to be nice and just see if they could help me out. So I go and I'm waiting. They said just go sit and wait and see if they call your name. But fortunately, since I was there 2 hours early, I was the first name on the list. And at noon, I went to the gate, and I'm hanging out, and the plane's about full. In fact, they had asked if anybody wanted to give up their seat because they were overbooked. And I'm like, well, there's no way I'm getting on this flight.
Yeah.
They called my name, and I got on.
You didn't do the, do you ever listen to the radio? In Philadelphia, I'm pretty much king.
Preston, when we flew out a couple Saturdays ago, there was a flight to Nashville that was canceled, and I was curious and they didn't have any available seats the next day, right? So we flew on Saturday. The flight on Saturday was canceled. They also had no available seats on Sunday. So I'm wondering if people would just drive at that
Nick,
point.
my friend, that's exactly it's exactly what my friend did. They could not, they actually were coming home.
Okay.
They couldn't get home. They have 4 kids. Her parents were with the kids, and she was like, we can't wait. And there was nothing the next day. Like they would have had to have waited like 2 or 3 days to get home. And they were like, forget it. There was 2 couples. They got in a car and they drove home.
From where to where?
From Nashville to New Jersey.
To Alaska.
I did it in Boston.
You can't drive to Alaska.
You can't drive to Alaska.
No, I did that in Boston. Our flight was canceled in Boston, and by the time the next flight was available, I'm like, we can be home by then. So and the best part is when we were in Boston, I went to Harvard. I bought a Harvard sweatshirt.
That's right.
And it literally paid for itself at the airport because as I went down to go rent a car, the guy that was in front of me in line gave me his special corporate code. And I go, and we were both wearing yellow sneakers. I go, is this because I'm wearing yellow sneakers? And you're wearing yellow sneakers? He goes, no. He goes, I went to Harvard too. So,
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
so the money that he saved
You
me.
didn't say anything, did you?
No. But the money.
Don't you reckon I'm the koala puppet guy?
The money he saved me in the car rental literally paid for the sweatshirt that I had bought the day before.
Awesome. We went to Montauk for our vacation, and we go every year. And back to family tradition. Our parents took us as kids to Montauk every single year. We stopped going for years. About 8 years ago, my brothers and I were like, we want to take our families back.
It's
so we
good to have
go
that.
back.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've literally been going there since I was born, and there was something there that I didn't know was there, never saw it, and had for the first time went to it. It's called Camp Hero State Park, and there's a whole conspiracy theory behind it.
Is this right where the lighthouse is?
Yes, it's right. It's like in the same.
I've done illegal things.
Yes, so like part of it is closed off. It's an old Air Force base, and there's parts that you can't go to, and it was so cool to see. They have these bunkers that are cemented off that they say there's still like computers and and different equipment inside of them.
Well, that was our first line, during the war and everything about
Exactly.
Looking for German submarines and things of that nature. Yeah, I got kicked out of that park a couple times.
Yeah, but it was so cool. I can't can't believe, and I kept saying it, and everyone was like, all right, we get it. But I was like, I cannot believe that I've been coming here my entire life, and I didn't know about this and didn't go to it.
That is a
I've
good
been
thing.
to the lighthouse.
To that point, Preston, about making an annual family vacation is a wonderful idea. It is important.
It is, but hang on a second. Nick just pulled up this article about that, about Camp Hero, and apparently it helped inspire Stranger Things.
Yes, and Jace was
the government building.
Yeah.
You know, where they do all the
nice.
experiments and so
Do you now
on.
have telepathic powers?
Well, no. So, and the
Telekinetic?
reason we went was because Jace found this Montauk project, which is this conspiracy theory, and how it connected to Stranger Things. He's currently watching it, and so he's like, "I want to go," and I'm like, "Okay." We went, and he was like, "Maybe we'll leave, and I'll have like some sort of powers." I was like, "Yeah, maybe."
You never know, man.
Well, Kathy's new number is 7. So
Nice. Wow. All right, I'm gonna have to read up on that.
That's great, man.
By the way, the one who will probably have the most stories will be Marissa when she returns tomorrow, because right before we were leaving, the day before we were leaving vacation, I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Nah, nothing. I have no plans. Whatever." 2 days later, there's a text from her that says, "Oh, by the way, hung out with Captain America in New Orleans for 3 hours."
Yes.
So she apparently spent time with Anthony Mackie for like 3 hours in New Orleans. Of course, she was not going anywhere or doing anything, and she ends up hanging out with him in New Orleans. Okay. All right, whatever, man.
Yeah.
We'll find out how that happened when she gets back. So, nonetheless. But yeah, I thought it was just interesting to chat about. Nick had found this article about Tyrese Maxey of the Sixers. Never had been on vacation and didn't know what to do when one takes time off. Like, literally asked the question, what do you do on vacation?
Yeah, that was probably me. Like you said, Preston, it's probably you years ago. But you've got to learn how to do it because you will run yourself ragged.
Yep. All right, so thank you for allowing us to take some time off, but we're back now with things like the Bizarre File, which we will get to when we return. Stay with us. Casey found a cup that he can shove in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could drink from that?
Yeah, so and it's actually really hard because you need air to get in there in order, like, you know how, like,
that's what I was thinking.
The old high C things, you would have to have 2 holes in the top so it would
to let air flow.
Yeah.
But also, you generally, to swallow, you need to close your mouth, right?
Yeah.
Do you?
So it's not
I
that
can't
easy.
open it around and go,
Look.
Kathy, you can do that.
All right.
Oh, Max has it. Max can do it. He's got a huge cup in his mouth, too.
Yeah, this is probably.
Yeah, there you go. Now, say something. Not quite. We used to scream into cups.
I got a little light
A broadcaster died during a morning show. This is all well and good, but we have yet to see you actually drink from that cup.
What is it?
Okay, I got a little bit grossed out because the
It's
water,
a urine color, isn't it?
It is, but you
Is
know
that
what?
piss? Was that apple juice?
No, it's water, but no, it's whiskey. This whole time, guys, I've been drinking whiskey. No, it's water, but I had coffee in there first, so it's a discolored water.
Okay.
Let's see it.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it. All right, so with no hands.
All right, so Casey has placed
Let's
it
get this on video.
Yeah.
on a tray in front of him.
All right.
And he is now leaning down. He is putting his mouth around it, not using hands at all. See, he's trying to.
That's too big.
So he can't use his hands to put the cup in his mouth either. You know, go ahead and just.
You have to do it without using your hands.
But no. Okay.
Well, I could do it with this one.
All right, use the different cup.
Oh,
he needs a little bit smaller cup. You're going to drink all that, you think?
I don't know. We'll find out.
All right.
It's been a long time, Preston. I'm kind of out of practice.
Am I in the splash zone? All right, so he's now putting his mouth around it. He's trying to. I think he needs a little assistance from his hands.
Do you need a little slow jazz?
No, here we go.
What?
He's gonna wrap his mouth around it, and all right, here we go. I want to see this. It's around his mouth. He's throwing his head back. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's doing it.
Gross.
He did it.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Good job.
That is disgusting.
It is, right?
Yeah.
You have to, Jen. You're just pouring it down your maw. You're
Right.
not. There's no swallowing, right?
No. I mean, you have to glug a little bit.
Yeah.
Your
But,
maw.
But I guess I was maybe a little bit wrong in my initial assessment. I probably did have to use my hands in the beginning.
So Casey has been. He's had a particular brand of yogurt.
I eat Chobani yogurt. I get it. I have it every
Every
day.
day.
It's just it's my breakfast.
Your
It's what I
yogurt.
have.
It's what
here.
makes you you.
Yeah, and
And I eat Chobani yogurt too. I
but,
do.
But what's the other brand?
Dannon makes a yogurt called Oikos, which
Oikos. That's it. Okay.
Which I prefer. It's a little bit creamier. So I brought some Oikos yogurt in this morning. I asked hey, have you ever had a chance to try that Oikos yogurt yet?
Because you've recommended it.
Well,
Yeah,
and here's the first great part about this is that Casey asks as if he's never asked before.
No.
Which I think is what bothers Preston.
He's asked me several times.
You really have to understand the intentions behind my question because it was a brand new yogurt that I have not eaten yet
Yogurt.
with a spoon that I have not used yet. So the question really was. I was going
It's
to
now or never.
I was going to offer him some.
He wants you to try this yogurt so bad.
I asked him. I said, "Oh, have you ever had the chance to try that yogurt yet?" And then he responds. He's like, "No, you asked me that like a year ago." And
No, he said you've been asking me
for a year.
That's what he said.
So, and
Because it's been a number of times, and so finally,
I
was just-
sensed some irritation on your part.
total irritation.
So then the irritation comes to me because I literally, including today, have asked him twice. So he's like, "You've been asking me for a year."
no.
I literally have asked him two times.
You have Casey. It's been. This was not the second time. It's been many times that you've at least. No, you haven't asked me to try it, but you certainly said, "Man, I like this stuff. This is really. I used to have Chobani, but this is what I eat, and I like it better."
All right, Preston.
I'm like, okay, that's cool, good.
Agree to disagree.
Whatever. And then finally, I go, look. It's at Wawa. Chobani is at the Wawa I go to. That's why I get it. And I just explain it. I just let it all spill out like that. I'm like, this is why I get it. I have my one stop in the morning. This is why I pick up. It's my ritual. It's what I have.
The nerve had been laid bare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
With a
so-
little more
but then-
attitude.
and this is right
lot more
before
attitude.
we're going to.
He was super douchey about it, right?
well,
Right, for a simple question. I was just asking about yogurt, and he was a total a-hole about it.
See, this is
I'm
the
tired of it.
This is
Right.
the husband and wife dynamic. And then Casey had to do a live spot, and Preston put his headphones on. And after you put your headphones on, Casey goes, "I can't say anything."
I can't ask him any questions, and that's how I feel sometimes.
But at this point, you'd think that you would catch on. He doesn't take well to these things after 4 times of asking.
But do you feel he was sending you a sort of trying to suggest that you were not doing something that you were
Maybe
Yes.
subliminally,
Subliminally, you felt that
I get that.
He
I
suggested you were doing something wrong by not trying the yogurt.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I
wants you
can't
to
say
like-
I can't say definitively
Do you
that I feel that
understand
way,
that,
but
Casey?
maybe on a core sense, maybe that's it. And you've tried to get me to do something several times, and I haven't done it, and it's time for you to go. Okay, well,
Now,
I don't
can
need
you
to do
s-
that anymore.
Can you see?
Why is yogurt so goddamn important to you?
Can you see that Casey is one who loves to share the joys that he experiences with everyone, and that
Sure.
for him it's important that he give you this gift of an extra creamy yogurt.
He eats yogurt every day.
Okay.
He's almost every day.
Casey, how does it make you feel that Preston was seemingly rebuffing your suggestion that he try the creamier
Right.
yogurt?
So for me, Steve,
Yeah.
it goes beyond the yogurt. All right.
It's indicative of a usual.
It could have been anything.
Okay.
It could have been a piece of music. It could have been yogurt. It could have been
Music about yogurt.
Music's another thing.
A restaurant. It could have been anything. So he takes this tone with me a lot of times, and it's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful.
Listen, I've actually heard through the grapevine there's some issues going on here.
That there's some issues going on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Between you two. Oh, yeah. It's
are you
countrywide,
kidding me?
you
Between
guys.
me and Casey.
Crazy.
The yogurt?
The yogurt. Well, yeah, because I received your letter, Casey.
You got a letter.
So, yeah, Casey actually sent me a letter. It's actually a fake letter from Casey, but it
And he
sounds
writes,
like
"Dear Casey."
Yes. It said, Robert, please allow me to... Dear Robert, if Greeks invented yogurt, then they also invented a broken heart. Well, you see, I recently noticed that Preston has been eating Chobani yogurt every morning for breakfast. But because I care deeply for Preston, I tried to turn him onto a much creamier, much healthier, better tasting Oikos yogurt. Well, my best intentions have sent our relationship into a spiral. And yes, we operate a mixing board together. But we're just going through the motions. Help us
put our passion back in our relationship and into our mixing board.
Wow.
Yeah. So actually, that came from Steve. Thank you very much. But it sounded good. It sounded good.
I was aware of everything that's going on here. So
yes. So what's going on, guys? I mean,
well, do you want to? Shall you retire to the set? There is a Robert Irvine show set right in place here.
Oh, you got to be kidding!
No. All right. So Robert, you actually picked up on it. You know what the story is. There has been this tension because these guys are actually the best of friends. However, there are certain issues that were spelled out to you, and you do what you do best. And I've seen some of the clips of.
So let's talk about
what
this.
You do.
Let's talk about this, Casey. You're a little in your face with this yogurt. Can we have that yogurt, by the way? Can you bring that?
Yeah, bring out the yogurt if you can. Yeah.
I want to try this yogurt. So you've been
on a tray.
Yes.
I hope they're all the same flavor.
So look.
They are.
You're really upset. Look at me when I talk to you. All right. You're really upset that he's using Chobani, right? And you like the other one. So you wanted him to try yours. So here's what I want you to do. Look at each other. And I want you to tell him that you like Chobani or you love Chobani yogurt more than you love him.
Wow. I can't do that.
Good. Now I want you to look at him and say you love your yogurt more than you love him.
I can't do that either.
Wow.
I think we just had a breakthrough, guys.
I want you to feed him your yogurt. It's all about breaking. We're breaking now.
Here comes the airplane.
Okay.
Now,
what do you taste there?
I taste love.
Great. Now you take your yogurt and do the same thing to Preston.
All right, here comes the train.
What do you taste?
It is a little creamier. I will give you that case.
Breakthrough number 2.
Because I don't have any bitterness involved anymore. Well,
but here's the thing.
Clouding my taste buds.
See, okay, so the last time you were gonna not like it as much, regardless.
I kind of tore through that little container, 5 and 3.3 ounces.
Okay.
Very quickly, but now that I've tasted it, it's pretty good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
This is called compromise. When we're in a relationship for 18, 20 years, whatever the number is, compromise. You have to listen to each other. But when people get on your nerves, like him,
yes.
When they get on your nerve, you have to have more patience. It's like being in marriage. Look at him. He's upset visibly now.
Compromise and patience.
Wow.
I don't think that I am saying, hey, you need to experience this. You really need to do this. You really and after a couple times I try it and I get a cue from him that he's not interested, then I will back off of that.
Right.
Casey keeps going and going and going, and it's just what you do. You know, I mean,
sure.
Well, you got to learn to let that go. If he doesn't go with yoga after
the yogurt
10
thing.
weeks.
See,
I mean, you got to give it up.
But the yogurt thing.
Or whatever. It doesn't have to be yogurt.
So I thought he was over exaggerating. You know,
like a little chihuahua.
How in his face I was about the yogurt.
Okay.
He said I've been asking him for like a year, and I felt like maybe I only asked him a couple of times. And I thought the most hurtful part was I had actually was going to let him try some of the yogurt because I knew, and it was just like The Departed. He didn't see it, so I brought it in for him, and I gave him the DVD. So I thought, hey, this brought me joy.
That's like you saying to him, hey, you didn't listen to me. Here, watch it now.
Right.
So now you're telling him what to do.
Right.
And he feels confronted.
Now you've like.
All right. Now
alienated.
I'm seeing it. Now I'm seeing it from your perspective.
May I jump in here, Robert?
Yeah,
because I think also in a case they both love each other and they have things that excite them and they want the other to experience that, but they can't communicate on how to get. They feel that they are less because the other hasn't embraced something that excites them.
So
is that correct?
All right, and here's the other part of it all. We have the peanut gallery. Okay, so Preston said what he said, and then my feelings got hurt, and maybe I said something so he couldn't hear because his headphones were on. But
what did he say?
I didn't hear. I can't say anything. Well, I can't say anything.
And then I made sure you knew that.
And then
yes, you did.
Yeah. So then,
right, legging on from Kathy over there. Yeah.
This thing that just would have went away, right? I would have had hurt feelings for
Perpetuated.
about 30 seconds, and it would have went away, got brought up on the air, and became a bit without either of us really approving it or intending it or anything
So you
like
have
that.
to respect each other's piece. If you have something you want to say, and you're in a peanut gallery situation, then write it down.
So, and then there's another
write
part
it
of
down.
this.
That's a good way to do it.
There's another part of this that, so after the show was over, our relationship was a little fractured. It really was. There were some hurt feelings. I knew I hurt his feelings, and he knew he hurt mine. He apologized, and we were about to talk it out. And then Matt Rovine, with his giant bushy eyebrows, came in and ruined everything.
And then you never said anything
because I didn't want to drum it back up.
I was
again.
kind of hurt by that.
I know. So
Did Rovine say something about the yogurt?
No, he had a feral animal caught in one of his eyebrows, and he was looking for help.
So now that it has been brought back up again, because I didn't want to beat a dead horse, right?
Yep.
So now that it has been brought back up again, Preston.
What?
I called you a couple of names that day. I apologize. I said you were being a dick.
Uh-huh.
And I said you were being a douche. And I thought that was harsh. And those were my hurt feelings speaking.
Okay.
And that was not me. And I apologize.
That's pretty bold of him. That's pretty.
That's good.
Okay,
We're
well,
making
thank you.
breakthroughs. Right.
Yeah.
Stand up and give each other a hug.
All right. It's kind of hard to quantify what they are and describe them to people so that they understand. There's an event coming up. It has to do with like cognitive decline, and like his son Cole is unable to walk right now, and there are a few other problems. So they have an event that's coming up. It's called Walk for Hearing, and it is Sunday, October 16th. So it's a little bit of a ways off, but that's when these events really start. It gets busy with charity events and walks.
Oh, we know, yeah.
So getting registered now is a good time to do that. And registration, it says, starts that day at 9 a.m. But nonetheless, we have a link. I sent it to Nick. He's going to post that. We already have it up on PrestonandSteve.com.
Yeah, it's on the community page.
All right, you can do that there. And Matt, and I'm not sure if it's Canning or Caning that you pronounce his last name, but nonetheless, we did meet him there. He said, hopefully we can get him walking on his own and eating like he did before, to get his strength back, and we should know in the next few days whether we're able to bring him home from the hospital as an inpatient for physical therapy. So they're working on that, and they also have a GoFundMe set up, and there's a Facebook page and a Mitchell and Friends Foundation as well if you want to learn more about Mitchell syndrome. We ask for you to help out if you can, please. So that and many other great events and charity organizations are on our community page. And there's always some kind of great party going on to help raise funds. So it's a good time. You do a great thing, and everybody wins.
A lot of times, as you said many times before, the events are occurring at places you'd probably be heading to anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so check it out.
And a lot of times, it's like a great bargain. Like you pay like $30 or
Right.
something like that, and then you get, beer and food and all this stuff, and there's auction items and things. So great stuff going on. Just check our community page when you get the opportunity. There's your butt plug. And here's the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by TMA Bucks. They encourage you to visit Bucks County by leaving the car at home and riding SEPTA Regional Rail. You go to TMABucks.com to check out their Bucks County Public Transit Ride Guide for trip planning assistance. All right, I'm sure you guys at least caught wind of this over the weekend, but a 911 call made by an air traffic controller suggests that a co-pilot who died after exiting a plane during a mid-flight emergency last week may have jumped out on purpose.
This story just blew my mind.
This is really strange. The body of Charles Hugh Crooks, 23 years old, was recovered last weekend after he plunged from the plane near Raleigh, North Carolina on Friday afternoon. The pilot did not have a parachute when he exited the twin-engine CASA CN-212 avio car, sparking questions around whether he had fallen from the plane or jumped. The 13-minute recording of a 911 call made by two Federal Aviation Administration employees to the RDU Air Traffic Control Tower during the incident may shine some light on the situation, with the workers suggesting the other pilot on the plane reported Crooks had jumped. So it said, this is from Raleigh Airport. We have a pilot that was inbound to the field. His co-pilot jumped out of the aircraft. You can hear an employee saying before providing the coordinates of where the incident happened. They say, so They say he jumped out of the aircraft. His co-pilot jumped out without a parachute, so he might have impacted to the ground.
Yeah,
I said,
definitely.
He said, I guess at this point in time, all we can really do is a recovery. The dispatcher said, yeah, I know. I don't. He said, I've never dealt with anything like this before. He said, I'm sure that this pilot's going to be shaken up. I have no idea. He literally just said, my pilot just jumped out.
Quick question: Was there reportedly trouble with landing gear on this?
There was,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So there was no indication as to why crooks may have jumped, and an investigation exactly what happened remains ongoing. The plane had told air traffic control that there was an issue with the landing gear, and he had asked to make an emergency landing at Raleigh-Durham International Airport, and they were about to land the plane, they were able to land the plane on a grassy area of the airport. In video, the plane can be seen appearing to skid off the runway and spin in a partial circle before coming to a stop. The plane sustained substantial damage to its landing gear and fuselage, but a number of agencies assisted in the searching for crooks, and his body was later discovered in a neighborhood after a resident flagged down an officer saying he had heard a noise behind their property.
Jeez.
So,
well, and the other pilot was okay.
Yes.
He landed and he survived. He's fine.
There had been conjecture that perhaps this pilot was trying to look out at their landing gear. Is anything on that? Have you heard anything like that?
No.
It's so
maybe.
freaking weird.
So they're going to investigate it, and we'll report more when we do find out.
If you are traveling this year, wait till it lands before you leave the aircraft.
A Utah man was arrested Saturday after authorities say he stole an excavator from a construction site and drove it a mile to a grocery store in Salt Lake City where he used the machinery to rip up the parking lot.
God.
Police began investigating after receiving calls about a man randomly digging a grass strip and sidewalk outside of Smith's grocery store. Video and photo shared by the department.
That's what I get to do.
Showed a freshly dug muddy trench in the store's parking lot. Police said the suspect caused significant damage after hitting a water pipe and ripping out fiber optics utility lines that were recently installed. He didn't call 811.
No, no, there are lines before you dig. You
dig.
always call 811. So, was there a vendetta? Was he pissed off?
They don't know anything.
All right.
Utility crews determined that there was no gas leak, and they were assessing the extent of the damage. The suspect had hopped onto the excavator, which had been left running while at a job site.
Oh.
Construction crew.
A crime of opportunity.
Members followed the suspect to the grocery store where he commenced the destruction. It was unclear why he allegedly stole the heavy machinery.
Because it was there.
A group of witnesses stopped the suspect from leaving the store until officers arrived. He was taken into custody without incident and was expected to be booked into the county jail on charges of felony theft and felony criminal mischief. There were no injuries reported.
And not calling before you dig.
But what the hell? He did it. This is a terrible story, man. 4 people riding in a golf cart were killed, including 2 juveniles, when an allegedly intoxicated man driving an SUV ran a stop sign at an intersection in southeast Texas. Miguel Espinoza has been charged with 4 counts of intoxication manslaughter in the crash, which happened Saturday in Galveston. He's being held on $400,000 bond. After the SUV failed to stop, it struck a pickup truck, which then crashed into the golf cart that had 6 people aboard. The golf cart and pickup were traveling in opposite directions through the intersection on the street that did not have a stop sign. Police said the adult driver of the golf cart was pronounced dead at the scene. The woman and 2 juveniles in the golf cart were taken to the hospital. They died there. The 2 other passengers, an adult and a juvenile, were hospitalized Sunday in critical condition.
So they're just using the golf cart for transportation. They weren't at a golf course?
No. This is a resort.
town. Okay.
And
I wasn't even
so
thinking that.
If you go to the Jersey Shore, there's golf carts riding around.
Jeez.
If they're legally, if they meet the qualifications, you can take them out on the road on certain speed limited streets. And that must have been this. And there's very little protection.
Right.
It's a golf cart. You don't have doors and things like that are protecting you. So pretty messed up. Kathy had this in the news earlier, but I thought this was worth repeating in the bizarre file. 6 people were injured Sunday when a large tree fell on a group having a class reunion party in Fairmount Park. And then another tree fell hours later. The incident happened about 12:20 p.m. near the Mann Center. 6 people were injured, were between 66 and 67 years old. The group is celebrating the reunion for the West Philadelphia High School class 1972. According to Florence Haggins, she said, every man ran across this park to go pick the heavy tree branches together to get them off the classmates. While people worked to pull the heavy branches off of those who were struck, police arrived at the scene within minutes. The victims were taken to area hospitals. They were all being treated for various injuries. All 6 were listed in stable condition.
I'm amazed no one died from this. I wonder how the tree came down, if they started to hear it creak, and then it came down.
Well, they definitely heard it. They heard it crack. So Action News reached out to the Philadelphia Parks and Recreation, and they issued a statement that said that arborists responded to assess the site and condition of the fallen tree. The tree was identified as an approximately 90-year-old white oak and had been cleared from the scene. Then just hours later, a second tree came crashing down 100 feet away, also in that same area where a class of 1982 was having a gathering.
Do not hold your gatherings in the park.
Yes, don't have a class reunion at Fairmount Park.
Yes, the trees don't like it.
No injuries were reported in that particular incident. So, yeah, it's... I'm curious. I'm assuming the tree had... Well, we were talking about zombie
trees, where it looks like it might be viable from the outside, but it's rotted inside.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That is the bizarre file today, friend. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Don't forget, a little bit later on, we are going to have driver Kyle Petty. He's got a book out, which is called Swerve or Die. We'll spend some time with him and get into some other things when we return. Stay where you are, my friend.
Preston and Steve.
Bushy eyebrows came in and ruined everything.
And then you never said anything
because I didn't want to drum it back up.
I was kind of hurt by that.
I know. So
did Rovine say something about the yogurt?
No, he had a feral animal caught in one of his eyebrows, and he was looking for help.
So now that it has been brought back up again, because I didn't want to beat a dead horse, right?
Yep.
So now that it has been brought back up again, Preston.
What?
I called you a couple of names that day. I apologize. I said you were being a dick. And I said you were being a douche. And I thought that was harsh. And those were my hurt feelings speaking.
Okay.
And that was not me. And I apologize.
That's pretty bold of him. That's pretty...
That's good.
Okay,
We're making breakthroughs. Right.
Yeah.
Stand up and give each other a hug.
All right. Let's feed each other some yogurt. Love you, man.
There you are. That was simple, right? Communication.
Yeah.
If you communicate well together, don't listen to the peanut gallery because they're always going to throw in.
Sometimes he is a dick.
Ouch. So I think Kathy's on the bench next.
Yes, yeah.
Well, Robert, we got to have a complete reach right here.
Robert has it's a good thing, and because you're reticent to think of a friendship in terms of like the same dynamics that would be in a marriage, but there's very similar things going on, correct?
Exactly the same, and it's the same when they have kids. These are the kids, right? In the room, because they'll throw things and they'll test the parents. So Kathy will go on your side and say, well, he's a douche or whatever, and they will just wind it up because A, they're fun. They've been in with you guys for a long time. But friendship is about communication, just like marriage.
Yes.
About trust, communication. And if you have something to say, you should actually say it to each other, not in front of other people.
Right.
And don't say anything when you're angry. Write it down, put it under somewhere, go away, calm down, then pull it out. And if you still feel the same as what you wrote on that piece of paper, then confront it when you're calmer.
What makes you an expert? Your years as a chef?
Life.
Did you feel a certain weirdness, Preston, after that?
Yeah, I brought it on myself because I thought more about what he said, and then I started to I clammed up. I also have been kind of coming down on myself a little bit about being aware of how I interact with other people and the things that I say, and I want to be more cautious about it. I don't think I'm an outright jerk to people, but sometimes I'll say something and forget that it's just my opinion and that, it's not necessarily the right opinion.
Yeah.
So I need to kind of watch it, except for bitches like Kathy.
Oh, my God. I think I agree with you on that.
Everyone has an opinion, and don't change the way you are. That's what makes you you are.
I mean, if there's something that can bring us all together, it's
right. It's our hatred for Kathy.
Right.
I just can't believe this is happening. And this is like really, you guys are
See,
being
Kathy,
serious.
what you didn't realize, it's all about you, not these guys.
We've both tried Chobani. We've both tried the Oikos.
And I just brought another one. Actually, it didn't. Marissa did. I just bought one just to try. Yeah, I just thought you can try something different.
Are you saying that this is perhaps a yogurt they can both love together?
Yes, and I want them to interlock arms when you do this. There you go.
Like this.
It's beautiful. And so the healing begins.
What do you think about that?
No. Yeah, look, we agree.
The enemy of my answer.
I noticed a few things.
I
did.
Down a dark alley, across a field. Look over there. He does. He's Preston Elliott, the noticer. Noticing so you don't have to. And yes, this is probably a lot like the junk drawer.
Yeah.
But just a different introduction.
Cuddling a kitten.
Cuddling a kitten?
Yes. Makes you feel better, but it could be dangerous to your health. Doctors from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the U.S. conducted a large-scale survey of the cat-borne bacterial disease cat scratch fever.
Oh. Yes.
Which is legit. The doctors have warned that hands should always be washed after touching cats and to avoid kissing felines where possible.
Sorry. Make out with them all the time. In fact, I brush my teeth with their tails.
The disease is spread when you are scratched by an infected cat, hence cat scratch fever, or when you don't wash your hands and touch your mouth after stroking an infected cat.
You have to be careful of anything like that, And
well, we're talking about people kissing their chickens.
Kissing your goddamn chicken.
And getting salmonella,
I'll kiss a kitten before I kiss a chicken, and yes, that's on my bumper sticker. I kiss chickens and I vote. I will not be overlooked.
Need to have those made.
Cat owners should also be careful about their animals' interaction with stray cats where possible. However, the disease is relatively rare, with a survey finding that annual incidence was...
Survey says...
come on, man.
Give him a break.
I'm just
a kitten-loving man.
One of those days. All right, so anyhow, they found that an annual incidence was 4.5 outpatient diagnosed...
Chicken kisser! Number one answer on the board. Chicken kisser.
The noticer.
With that.
He's ended his noticing for today, but the noticing will go on the Preston and Steve Show.
I have a chance. This is pretty cool. Jared Leto has signed on to star in a new biopic about Andy Warhol.
That's pretty wild.
And so he'll play Andy Warhol. I think he'll be great as Andy Warhol.
Andy! Was that good?
Yeah.
It kind of sounded like it.
Andy! Terrence Winter will pen the script based on the 1989 book Warhol, the biography.
Do you find him at all interesting?
Yeah.
Of that time and what he
do.
represents, I do as well.
And just what an oddball, strange guy he was, and the fact that he created such a sensation with with his artwork. So
he also created the game Spud.
Oh,
a lot of people don't know that.
No way.
Yeah,
Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol.
Out of boredom, like
yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
Okay. Wait, how do you play Spud again? I was thinking of Chink.
Excuse me?
Racist.
Oh, there's a game.
Yeah,
called
okay.
Chink.
I'm sorry, Casey. You're late for your Klan rally.
You've never heard of the game?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
what's
have.
Spud?
Spud, we always used to use a flat ball, like a ball.
Yeah.
That wasn't fully.
Yeah, we did too. What
right?
the hell was the point of that?
It was invented by Andy Warhol.
His
when
wrists
you had
were weak.
when you had a ball that you couldn't play foursquare with or something like that, and you had to find something else to do with it, and so you played Spud.
Man, I loved that game.
Spud was a lot of fun.
I forgot how you did it.
You throw it up.
You picked a
Everyone
category.
runs, right?
Yeah, but you had to have a category.
Right, and then you spell out as you move towards the person you're going to throw the ball at, right?
Well, yeah, but there was like an it person, right?
Yeah, right.
Who had
Somebody's
the ball.
always it.
Wait a
And
second.
you picked a category. Say the category was colors, and everybody behind you had their color. So I would say I was the person. I would throw it up.
That's it. And they'd
I'd
have to
yell,
run and catch it.
I'd yell red, and if Steve was red, everybody else would take off. Steve would have to go get the ball.
And then it turns into kind of dodgeball after
Yes.
that, right?
Yeah, because you have to get closer to the person that you want to hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Something along those-
actually a fun game.
I'll have to look up
Because
the,
what happens on the throwing process is everyone runs in different directions, but if your name is called as you're running, you realize it's you or your color.
Yeah, and you got to go back and get
and
it.
then you've got to run back.
I feel like I've missed out on my childhood.
It was awesome.
I've never played this game.
and I never knew Andy Warhol invented it.
Yeah.
Well, he was a color guy, right?
He was very much about
Totally,
It doesn't
yeah.
have to be colors though; it can be anything.
Yeah, it could be all kinds of categories.
Campbell's soup.
So anyhow, I don't know why that made me laugh so hard. But
He's just kind of the last person you'd figure would invent Spud.
oh my God, I've got to quit snorting, man. I am doing that way too
You snorted
often.
on the golf course yesterday.
I can't help it. It's after a long wheezy laugh, and then I have to inhale, and somehow or another my nose gets involved. Can't help it. Casey brought these into the studio. I have 3 ink pens. They're Bic, just your standard, office ink pen, cheapies.
One might find in any drawer.
Yeah, and these have been mutilated.
What happened?
Clearly, someone has been chewing on these pens.
Well, wait a second. They're kept in this studio, correct?
No. He got these from the what's the number studio next door?
4F.
4F.
Yeah.
In Studio 4F, which is the main MMR studio. And these pens are absolutely mutilated by how badly they've been chewed on.
So who do you figure is the greatest perpetrator, or the most
I know
likely
exactly who it is.
perpetrator?
You know who it is?
Yes, that pen looks extremely familiar to me.
Oh.
Who is it?
It's Matt Cord.
Matt Cord?
He used to do that with, him and I used to get, I would basically make fun of him because he would do that to all the pens at the Sixers games. He would use a red and a blue pen, and he would
chew the F out of them?
He would chew the F out of the top of it. And
Matt's got some major teeth.
I always used to be like, ew, that's so gross.
We have a point of contention up on the phones here, Preston.
Uh-oh.
There may be a false accusation.
Hang on a second. Yeah, Pancake's on the line. Pierre's producer. Hey, Pancake.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. So you have a theory on the chewed pens?
Yeah, so I think that it's Jackie.
See, Jackie blames Matt Cord.
Well, because Matt Cord uses different pens. Matt Cord has
That's true.
special...
He has
Matt
special
Cord has
pens.
special
He
DJ
does.
pens.
He does. Now, Pancake's right. He has the blue and the red pen that he uses for everything.
All right. Well, Pancake, I don't know. You still thinking it's Jackie?
I think it's Jackie. I'm not sure, but we actually call it the pen famine, and we ordered a box of 50 pens because we were getting 2 and 3 at a time.
Wow.
You call it the pen what?
The pen famine.
The pen famine.
Oh, pen famine.
The great pen famine.
The great pen famine,
yeah.
All right, Matt's on the line. Hey, Matt.
I don't chew pens.
You don't chew pens ever?
No, I treat I use Papermate, Flair, blue and red. I treat them like gold.
You put that cap in your mouth. Do not say you don't.
Well,
but I never chew it. I don't. The chewer's Jackie. Come on.
All right.
All right, so Matt's vehemently, no, definitely not.
He says
Okay.
Jackie is the
Thank
chewer.
you, Matt. Okay, all right.
So it's not Pierre and it's not Matt Cord.
Should we bring in an expert to note the teeth markings and do a DNA test?
That's
on
exactly what I was thinking. Because you have a set number of people who are using that air studio. You can get DNA swabs.
Yep.
And then get samples from all of the chalks, and you could nail this down in no time.
Do you want me to go to Jackie Bam Bam's secret hiding spot and see how many pens he has there?
And see if there's any chewed up ones.
Hang on. Oh.
Can I come with you? I want to see where it is.
Can you divulge that
I'm
to
going
her,
with him.
Case?
Look at how thrilled they are to do this.
I know. All right, hold on a second.
This is what it's come to. How many? That looks like 50 pens.
That's just from Jackie's hiding
Here's
hole.
the chewed up ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. These are all chewed up ones.
Wow.
17.
Wow.
18.
We might have a culprit here.
This one has teeth marks on it too. 19. The other ones look clean.
So about almost half of the pens?
19 chewed up pens.
I think I need to apologize to Matt Cord.
Yeah, I think you do.
so.
Sorry.
Are we going to go by the people versus he who smelt it dealt it?
Or people in glass houses, or J'accuse.
I'm going with the Queef Club.
Jackie Hughes.
Queef Club!
Yes.
Queef Club!
Nobody's implicated Marcus in this.
Oh.
No.
You don't think so? He did the overnights last night.
But listen, maybe Jackie may have just stolen these chewed up pens and taken them and
It's
put
quite
it in
possible.
his stash. I mean, it's like you never know until you hear the other
He
side of
rescued
it.
them.
Why steal chewed up pens? Why I would steal. And if I wasn't the pen chewer, I wouldn't.
Maybe
want...
he's got a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Bam Bam's on the line.
Bam Bam!
Hey, Bam Bam.
I'm like the sixth person of the Preston and Steve show. This is getting to be a good habit here.
It is. It is a good habit.
Jackie, I need to ask you a question. So, have you complained that there are chewed up pens in the studio and that Matt Cord may be the culprit?
No, I never complain about them because I put the pens in my mouth. When you smoke cigarettes and all, you need something in your mouth. You get a little nervous.
I know we were going to talk about something else, but I just thought of something. Rochelle just texted me. Today is our oldest son, Parker's 22nd birthday today, which is just mind-blowing that he's 22. And I was realizing something yesterday while thinking about his birthday. I was kind of doing the math in my head because Carter, my youngest son, is 20 years old. And I realized that it was about 20 years ago, like around this time, like this week, that the last time I ever smoked a cigarette.
Really?
Wow. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
20 years ago, I quit smoking cigarettes.
And that made you horny, and therefore
We had another
conceived-
one. Then we had Caroline. No, I realized that because we were still smoking, both Rochelle and I, not while she was pregnant, though. And then after Carter was born, she's like, okay, we need to quit for good.
Yeah. So she was the one.
And she had already quit, and I hung on for a little bit longer, and I'm like, this is dumb. I can't be doing this. And so I quit 20 years ago.
And your way of quitting has since been adopted by the American Medical Association. And explain what you did.
I went on a binge drinking bender for about 10 days straight. And listen,
It worked. Don't tell me.
I took
knock it.
I took the
And you said you virtually never swerved while you were driving.
This was
my God.
This was my own system. I did this. I realized I wanted to take my weakest moment when it came to cigarettes.
And break. That's smart.
And I wanted to break myself of that compulsion to smoke during my weakest moments because I was like a half a pack a day smoker. But if I was drinking, I'd go through a pack of cigarettes in 2 hours. I mean, just
So that was your
smoking.
procedure that made you feel you couldn't do one without the other.
Yeah.
Well, that's smart.
So I'm like, okay, what I need to do is I need to learn how to drink and not smoke. That's and then I said the rest of it will be easy. And I decided my method was now I'm not just going to drink beer every night. I'm going to drink something different every night.
Crippling.
Oh yeah.
Blitzing.
So I drank beer one night. I drank tequila, another night.
I need to pass
I drank bourbon
out.
another night. I drank vodka another night. I did like 10.
You're like
it
a
was
living.
over a week for sure.
You were a living George Thorogood song.
Yeah.
Was
Was
quick
it fun?
question.
No, it wasn't fun.
No.
It was hard to not smoke.
Yeah.
Like I had to sit there and force myself, no matter how much you want to smoke, don't smoke.
So you were an emotional drunk at this point.
Probably.
And you were
so bad.
and you were coming to work.
I was coming to work, and I had 2 young children in the house. I had a baby.
I'm doing this for you.
Did your wife
I
know
had
what you were doing?
baby and a kid that wasn't quite 2 years old.
So what you did though, there's a commercial for this. Is it Golo or I don't know what it is, but it's a weight loss thing that apparently I think it basically does what you do. It modifies your lifestyle in that if you snack doing this, then don't do that. And I think that's what it is. I'm not exactly sure, but it worked.
I think that's
20 years later.
I haven't been able to take this method and use it with something else, like some kind of vice that you have.
Porn.
Or something you want to change. Yeah. Like
that's just crazy talk. That's
but
crazy
how would
talk.
you do that? I mean, like it has to one thing has to come with another.
You only have 2 hands.
Well, yeah, right.
How are you going to get the cap off?
Yes. Try doing it just using your elbows.
Right. You can't.
Come on. This is too hard. I'm not going to do this anymore.
Literally.
I had trouble reaching with my full arm.
Wow. But 2 decades, I haven't had a cigarette.
That's amazing.
Well, I got to tell you, I smoked one last night. You're missing it, man. It's amazing.
Oh, you went to a fish show.
It is so great. And you look so cool doing it, too. So, kids, if you're listening,
Oh, my
you might
God.
want to start smoking again.
So is it you reserved that one time for?
I just smoked one last night. And by the way, hello to listener Tim. I decided last night to just go as close to the stage as I possibly could. So I ended up I just started walking over people's towels and blankets, and I found a little spot. I ended up, you guys remember Reese, who we used to work with here?
Yes, absolutely.
His sister, India, had recognized me, so I ended up hanging with her and her, I guess, either boyfriend or husband, Keith. And then I looked over, I saw this guy wearing a WMMR shirt, so I went over and I talked to him.
Right.
And he's a retired Air Force guy. And so I ended up bumming a smoke from him. It was awesome. It was a great cigarette. One of the best ones I've ever had in my life.
Really? What made it so awesome?
It was a menthol. I haven't had a menthol in like forever. Yeah.
Let me ask you, do you still have Marlboro points that you never?
Oh my God!
Routine?
The miles,
right?
Dude,
because that I remember you smoked Marlboro. Did you not?
Marlboro
yeah,
Lights.
yeah.
The funniest and like most ironic thing about that, Steve, because I had when I started smoking, I was younger, and the Marlboro Miles.
Right. It was sort of the impetus. If you're going to pick a brand, they gave you.
You had a catalog, and it's essentially like going to Dave and Buster's, and you have all these tickets, right? And the tickets will get you an eraser, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you basically have to smoke a million pack of cigarettes in order to get a jean jacket. But like the ironic part is like the coolest stuff they had are things that like smokers don't want to do. Smokers don't want to go freaking kayaking, right?
Right.
God, I remember for a little while they did make ultralights. They made
They can't call them lights, by the way, anymore.
They made they had Marlboro
Was
ultralights.
it just the paper?
And the reason I remember this is because at the time Cecily Tynan, she's like, we need to really get you exercising. You got to get out and and do this stuff. And I go, Cecily, the most healthy thing I've done for myself is switch to ultralight cigarettes.
Is there a way to see? Did you have an account that you could log on to and see?
No.
Your miles?
Yeah.
It was literally cardboard.
Yep.
Like it was, as analog as you could possibly get. So you would have a bag or a box.
Oh, that's right. It would have predated.
My wife's aunt had so much useless crap from those. She collected those from everybody. Like she would go over and take your miles. She'd ask first.
Okay.
But, I'm like, yeah, I'm never going to do anything with
everything had Marlboro on it, did it not?
Oh, yeah.
It was all swag.
It was all branded.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, listen, I know we were going to do something else, but this might be a natural segue to go into Casey's story, if you don't mind.
No.
So
Casey's story.
No, it's about you
on the
you went
beach
to the concert and. Didn't you run into somebody who had never been to a concert before or something like that?
No, it was my nephew. My nephew is 20 years old. He's basically the same age as your youngest son, Carter. And so I took him. It was my 60th Fish concert I had ever been to, which is
60th.
It's maybe
Jesus
overkill.
Christ. Well,
but
that deserves a cigarette.
thank you. I didn't have one that
Everybody
night.
smoke 'em.
I didn't have one that. But it was his, and I forgot to ask him what his first concert ever. It was only his second concert of his entire life.
At 20.
At 20, I mean,
You
listen,
usually
you're
knock
still-
off a few concerts by the time you hit 20.
No doubt. And he goes, yeah, it's just, concerts aren't my thing, is what he said. And I was like,
I like dad bods.
I don't know. Like, I went and saw my first concert. I was probably 10 years old.
Dad bods? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just had to make sure I heard that right. You were probably 10 years old, your first concert?
My first concert. It was a cool one. It was Huey Lewis in the News.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Where was it? You remember?
Spectrum.
Yeah, okay. That was my first concert ever. It was also at the Spectrum. Eric Clapton, great show.
I thought it was Huey Lewis in the News.
No.
Yeah.
You know what? Side note, never seen Huey Lewis, and I would really like to.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
He's out there right now.
Huey!
Huey, come on up here!
But when he was saying that, it just dawned on me, like, there are, like, adults out there, like, full-blown, that have never been to a concert.
Well, we just talked about the vacation thing.
Yeah.
This is part and parcel of that. It's the same sort of thing. But, Kathy, are you bringing your son into his first concert experience?
Yes, well, he actually requested it. He asked, and I looked up
Huey
the band.
Lewis?
I looked up the band, and sure enough, they are going to be here next week. And so, yeah, he's going to go to his first concert ever, which I believe was the same first concert that Ben had, right? It's Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I like Imagine Dragons. I don't love them, but I find I like them. And I took Ben to see them at the Wells Fargo Center 3 or 4 years ago, and it was a great show. So I'm sure it's an all ages kind of a show, and so I'm sure Jason's gonna have a great time.
All right, so do we want to hear from people who are maybe in their, do you want to say mid-20s?
At least
who had
an adult.
never been to a concert in their lives. And why? 215-263-WMMR could obviously be financial because God knows
it used to be.
Concerts are insanely expensive now. It used to be very affordable.
I was watching the Woodstock documentary, the Academy Award-winning original film. And you look at the ticket price for that.
What was it?
It was like $8. Like
for the original.
Yeah, the original.
It's like
yeah.
$99.
Yeah.
Because there's a documentary about that right now on Netflix.
I know, yes, which is excellent. But I mean, insane. When you're talking,
even
hundreds of dollars for a basic ticket, or what was Springsteen, $1,500 or $5,000, or what was it?
Something like that. I remember when U2 came back in town for the Joshua Tree 30th reunion, and I had my original ticket.
Yeah.
It was under $20. It was under $20.
And how much were the tickets for the Link?
Oh, dude,
like hundreds, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
like $500.
Yeah.
$500.
Could you imagine if you were a kid waiting in line outside like the Suncoast Video or wherever you got your tickets from, or the upstairs at Boscov's, I'm gonna go see Huey Lewis in the news. $500 a ticket.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, my first concert, my first real concert, and we're not just going to tell concert stories. I want to hear from people who have never been before, but I consider it my first concert, but it was Beatlemania.
Okay,
it was more of a show.
That's a show.
But it felt like a concert to me
So
because
what
I
was
was
your-
only in 6th grade.
What was your first concert?
Rush.
Oh, wow.
And it was...
Is that the one where Neil Peart
No.
concert?
That was the he saw me smoking weed. That was at the Grace Under Pressure tour. Okay. My first concert was the Rush Signals tour, and so it was wonderful.
How old?
That came out in 1984, maybe. No. Maybe that had because I ended up going to see Van Halen 1984 as well.
82?
82, that makes sense. Yeah.
My first.
Yeah, 82. And I could not believe it was eye-opening for many reasons.
It was life-changing,
mainly
right?
because everybody was smoking weed. And nobody was doing anything about it.
Do you remember where you saw them?
bong hits, the whole thing.
Bong? Oh my God.
Passing bongs to each other.
To their mothers.
I couldn't believe it. And when the concert would end, and all those older people know this, when the concert would end and the house lights would come on, there was a cumulus cloud in the building that you could clearly see.
So was that October 12, 1982 at the Checker Dome?
At the Checker Dome!
Wow.
We found their old schedule. Oh, my God.
Rush has all of their tour dates on their website. That's cool.
So there was a guy, we lost the call, and it makes sense, though. He had, he's an adult. He went to a concert and left, like, immediately because of the crowd. Like, so I, you know what? I do get that now. Some people, they may love music and they may love the sound of live music, but the crowd freaks them out. Like, I never really thought of that before.
Okay, so just that mass of people, or
maybe
there's
the tight,
different reasons.
at a Two Live Crew concert.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, man, that like at you're not going to like hearing this, Casey, but the
Fish concert.
the Fish concerts, the fans are a bit of a turnoff to me.
Yeah.
Same thing happened with the Dead. I went to that and I'm like, okay, this is all right.
A little bit
they're a
trippy?
great band.
Yeah.
but they are not. They're not your deities. You know what I mean? Well, maybe you think they are.
Yeah.
But there were people that literally, like, on the ground. I went to a Dead show in this a break, and this girl was down in almost like a prayer position and refused to move until the band came back out. I'm like, okie dokie.
She might have been on some
Maybe.
sort of substance.
All right, hang on. I have Greg here, 30 years old, never been to a concert. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. All right, so Greg, 30, never been to a concert. May I ask why?
Just never had the opportunity, I guess, or never had the interest. But my first concert was supposed to be the Foo Fighters, and yeah, all that happened.
And Taylor died, because we were supposed to go to that as well. It was 2 weeks ago.
I ended up going to Bill Burr instead, which was a nice alternative, but you know.
Yeah, that's cool.
Definitely unfortunate.
Wait, who did you go see?
Bill Burr.
I thought you said Bill Burns.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, our sales.
And I was like, is he giving a symposium on
I'm not
radio?
very comfortable in situations like this. I don't know why they called me. I don't have a particularly good singing voice.
Bill Burns is one of our head sales managers.
Puts on a good show.
I mean, he's great. Who wouldn't want to see him up on
I'd like to
stage?
bring up Trisha Long. She's going to play the cello for you now. Wow. And then that's Matt Kelper on the zither.
Greg, what were you going to say?
I just wanted to say hey to my friend Gene at work. He's off for a month. So,
Okay. Hey, Gene.
That's my friend.
He's off for a month?
Yeah, we had a baby, so it's
Okay, nice. But wait a minute. So you went to Bill Burr. That's not really a concert. That's a comedy show.
A lot of people
well,
call it a
whatever
comedy
the-
concert. Yeah.
Whatever the ticket thing was, you get your money back, so you're able to
Yeah, but
do
it's
something different.
I got to say,
completely different.
I got to say, way different than a concert.
Absolutely, but it's
yeah.
better than nothing.
No. Hey, I'm not besmirching you because you went to see Bill Burr.
Why are you
but
smirching all over him?
I still,
The guy's smirching all over me.
I still don't think that's a concert. I still think you got to get to a concert. All right.
No, I'll still make it to one eventually.
Yes. In
Thanks,
fact, we'll
Greg.
hold you to it.
Yep. Let's go to Jordan. Hey, Jordan.
Hi.
Hi, what's up, Jordan?
So I am currently 22 and have never been to a concert in my life.
Any desire? Have there been bands or musical artists that you've wanted to go and just have never been able to pull it together?
So growing up, I had kind of stricter parents, and I was never really allowed out of their eyesight.
Oh.
And the bands and stuff that I liked, they didn't really like, so I never got the chance to go.
That sucks. I've heard stories like that where you have sort of an oppressive situation growing up and you're not allowed to do that. So what band, what musical artist are you just dying to see?
My boyfriend, who's a couple years older than me, wants my first concert to be a Slipknot concert.
A Slipknot concert.
You'll see Kathy there.
He's breaking you. He's breaking you in easy. Wow. All right. Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah.
That'll be a spectacle for sure. Yeah.
It's wild when you go to see a band in concert. That first time, now I saw the band America, which is a great band, from years ago. I saw them there was a concert. It was theater in the round. You guys had the Valley Forge Center here, and on Long Island, we had the Westbury Music Fair. Same owner, same deal, revolving stage. But I remember being like, oh my God. Those are the guys on the album cover. And they're playing music that's on the album.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
There's
it was
something
just
super
amazing.
special.
Yeah.
We did take our kids to concerts, but they haven't shown any desire now to go to shows except for Caroline. But Parker and Carter, I think.
Is that going away?
We wanted to take them somewhere like an easy show, like a break them in. So
Like Slipknot.
Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi's
Bon
perfect.
Jovi.
Yeah.
I forgot what that was Parker's. I forgot what Carter's was. Caroline went to like One Direction at the Link.
It took them all to see McCartney, though, right?
Yes, we eventually did. We all love the Beatles, so that was an easy one. Was like we all have to go to this.
Did
and
they
we went to
express
see
any
Ringo
desire
Starr.
now, Preston?
Not really. Caroline, when she was big into 21 Pilots, wanted to go to that, so she did go to that. But yeah, I don't. No, I mean concerts are still big and. Yeah, I just, me personally, my desires kind of waned a little bit on it.
Yeah,
I think
it depends on the venue for me.
Yeah,
It is
I like more
pricey,
into
too,
it.
man.
Yeah, oh, God.
So expensive.
I was thinking about those Bruce tickets over break, and I was like, you know what? I love
working
Bruce.
man.
I mean, yeah.
Working men out there keeping the price under $5,000 because you know how tough it is scraping by. Wondering how you're going to get to the show. You and the missus have a wonderful night for under $11,000.
I mean, we're lucky we have access to buy tickets like that.
Yeah.
Occasionally we're able to go to shows for free, but not Bruce. And I mean,
No, you're going to end up paying, yeah.
By the way, somebody texted in, and I forgot about this. Yeah, Music Fest is happening in Bethlehem this weekend.
Oh, who's
That's where
playing?
Jesus was born.
So that's it. It is. That's a good opportunity. That's one of those festivals where there's just 1,000 bands playing. And
To be honest, I'm totally down with stuff like that. Where you can, like, I love our concert, the barbecue. It's like a Whitman sampler.
Yeah.
That's fun. And then again, to me, the venue is very much a determining factor.
a big reason that I don't go anymore is, well, besides our hours that we work, and that kind of limits to just the weekends. But obviously, the damage that I've done to my hearing over the years. Because going to a concert and having to wear earplugs is kind of a drag. It's just, you just don't get the full thing, you know. And I feel kind of I'd rather watch a
Could you wear
concert film.
Thick wig over your like
and that would just lightly muffle things. No, I mean I will get some out of it, but it's just like
you don't want to damage him more.
Yeah. Let me go to Sean. Hey, Sean. Good morning.
Morning, it Presbo.
Morning, it buddy. What is up?
Man, well, I'll tell you what. I'm 56. I've never been to a concert in my life. I was supposed to go to my first one. I won tickets to the barbecue from you guys, and I wound up getting COVID.
Dude.
Yep.
And this was going to be your first show. That sucks.
Are you?
Be my first show. Yep.
But you're better now, right?
What's that?
You're better now, right? So head on over.
Oh yeah, I'm fine now.
It's probably still going on.
I've been invited to other concerts like U2 and stuff like that back in the '80s.
Yeah.
And I never went to them. I wish I would have.
What's your reasoning? Why have you said no all these years?
I don't like really loud music. I can't stay. I don't like crowds. And my cousin had gone to this cured me. My cousin went to a Tool concert one time.
Yeah.
And said people were just throwing up on him, and people were sick and passing out.
Yeah.
So I was like, nah, man, that's not my.
That really does bring down the concert experience when you're being vomited on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I never got the chance to go to one. Never really wanted to, but oh well, that's the way it goes.
All right, well, you'll get there. We'll get you to the next barbecue, buddy.
I love it, man. Thanks a lot, Presbo.
All right, John. See you later, buddy.
Speaking of puking at concerts and stuff like that, Steve, I went to Dave Matthews a few weeks ago, and I was shockingly surprised at how old the audience had become. And, you know, I'm 47.
Right.
Casey, you're 47. I don't know if you saw this at Fish recently as well, but I used to be a little wary of Dave Matthews Band shows because of the party atmosphere and people getting way too hammered and not knowing how to control it. And listen, I've been that person. You know, I've
that
done
was the
those
GMB thing, right?
It really was.
You were dealing with a lot of puking and inebriation.
And they've been partying and touring since the early 90s. And so people have sort of grown up with that. But walking into that show in Camden, I was like, oh, I guess we've all aged a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And it was like,
I'm glad to see Dave Matthews. Ready for a night of partying. I took the tennis balls off my walker.
No, I remember when I started to notice that too.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
I was cool with it, though.
Christ, what the hell's going on here? Some sort of disease.
Everybody still likes to, you know, let loose for a little bit. You know, you get older and you get these responsibilities and you become more responsible. But for one night, for one night, you're like, you know what? I'm going to act like a child. I'm going to act like a kid again.
Well,
I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
If it's a weekend night, I'm okay with that. But man, if Dave
On a
Matthews,
weeknight?
on a Monday,
I've got to get up.
Yep. Nope. Oddly enough, that's the way it is. But yeah, that's pretty wild that the guy had never been to a show before.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, like, so I went to the 2 shows here at the Man and then 3 down the beach. There are a lot of WMMR fans that go to these Fish shows. So
we love it.
Hi to Bob. I ran into Bob last night when I was walking through the crowd. Tim. Also, let me see if I can remember all these names. Like, there was a Denise who was celebrating her 100th show. I met her on Friday night. Kate, like, dude, and then I met this woman named Ellen.
Okay.
I've never heard that name.
Ellen played Ruby Sue in Christmas Vacation.
Wow.
Cousin Eddie's daughter.
Yeah.
And she is a fan of the show. And I met her on Saturday night.
Wait, the one who was having looking out the
window.
At the window.
And she said crapping bricks.
Yeah.
Right.
And he goes, we don't use words like that. And she,
You met
sorry.
her?
Crapping stones. Yeah.
Where does she live?
Like in and around the area.
Then
we're going to, I told her, I know. Her name is Ellen Latson, and I met her, and I had my picture taken with her. She was also the daughter from Fatal Attraction. She goes, yeah, she's my bunny was the one that was killed in Fatal Attraction. So we're going to get her on, and I want to do it closer to Christmas because Christmas Vacation.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right.
And she's a Fish fan.
She's a fit. Yeah, she went and I guess she was at her like 90th show or something like that.
God.
You've seen 60.
I've seen 60.
What band have you seen the most, Preston? Is it Rush?
It's Rush or U2.
Yeah.
It might be an even split because there's a stretch there where I was going every time a tour came around. I would go to a show, and I missed very few.
I saw Beethoven a lot.
Okay. Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day.
When he could still hear. But nowhere near Casey level with super fandom. I don't think I could do that. I think that would kind of and I only speak for myself, but I think it would kind of
plays out.
Yeah, it would kind of. I'd lose the excitement.
It's a culture thing, though, right?
Yeah.
It's as much the audience and the experience as it is the music at a Fish concert, correct?
Well, no, I would say music first. I mean, here's the deal. Like, every single show is different, right?
Right.
So I'm at 62 now.
Oh.
Every single show is different. And when I started seeing them in 95, I don't even know how, like, they have written so much new music in the last 30 years or 20 years, or I can't do math, only 22 plus 5, 27 years, that, like, you know, the concert in 95 was completely different than what I saw, you know, over the weekend. And then also there's a freedom, right? When you go see them that much, there's like a freedom that, like, I felt last night.
It's Freedom Fish.
That I you know, I was
Turn it up.
I've seen them so many times that like I you know, I walked around the entire concert grounds and I just, like,
that's great.
Yeah, it was awesome. I love it, and I'm gonna continue to go.
I think it sounds like a lot of. There's no band that I follow or that has that kind of experience. I mean, that's usually kind of the thing you'll experience it with quote unquote jam bands.
Yeah.
Yep, they'll go into the
Not 21 Pilots.
They'll make it something new every time.
Yeah.
So
And like, for example, Dave Matthews Band, they used to come like 3 or 4 times in the summer, and then 2 or 3 times in the fall or winter. And so I was in the fan club and would go every time. I'm debating right now, like this week, whether or not to go see them at the Gorge outside of Seattle.
You should.
I think so too.
I was supposed to see them Fish in 2020, and then this COVID thing happened.
Yeah, the Gorge is this really cool, legendary venue that I've never been to before. And
is it spelled George?
No, it's in, I believe, a town called George Washington.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
The name of the town is George
is
Washington.
George.
Yeah.
It's after the wrestler.
But
Gorge
it's like gorge, like a canyon, and so the concert venue has this amazing backdrop, and Dave Matthews Band has done a few shows there.
I thought for some reason I remembered a venue that was spelled one name but
you're thinking of the Vag,
another,
which is where I saw Milli Vanilli.
It was supposed to be vague. They call it the Vag. You saw Milli Vanilli at the Vag?
Yeah, it's incredible. Deep, moist canyon.
A lot of moss.
But Steve, here's another reason for you not to come to this weekend at the Gorge. We're going to be staying on a bus for 3 days.
What?
And, yeah.
What I'd do is I would pull the pin out of a hand grenade, hold it, and then wait till I fell asleep to release it and die.
Well, there's nowhere else to go. I mean, it's only camping really around.
Yeah,
here.
and apparently it's a really nice bus. I haven't been on it yet, but
that makes it
yeah, my cousin's husband bought it from Dolly Parton, I guess, years ago. And so,
that's good.
Yeah. And so he drives it up from L.A., and I'm going to fly into Seattle if this all works out and go see Dave Matthews Band at the Gorge.
You're going to be sleeping in Dolly's former bedroom?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I probably don't get. I get like the crew area. Right. I don't think I get Dolly's bed.
So to that, Nick, have you seen Dave or Pearl Jam?
Dave the most, because Pearl Jam went for a stretch without touring a whole lot too. So Dave Matthews would be like 3 times in the summer or two times in the fall. So yeah, I've seen them like 64, 65 times, something like that.
Okay,
and it's a different show every time. Yeah, I mean it's nuts. It's a crazy way to spend a lot of money, but it's fun.
Ellen, by the way, Ruby Sue from Christmas Vacation says thanks for the shout out.
You guys have phone numbers?
Yeah,
you got digits.
We're buddies now.
And she just texted in just now? Oh, well, that's cool.
You want to call in right now?
No. Let's
we were going to wait until Christmas time.
Yeah.
You sounded like Dr. Mike there.
Kind of yelled at me there.
Christmas. I meant Ruby Sue.
Let me go to Ed, who's been on hold for a long time. Ed, good morning. Gadzooks, dude. What's up?
So, I didn't fall into the category you were talking about, but I just wanted to comment. I'm in my late 50s. I've seen a ton of concerts, but for the people that have never gone to a show and see a band perform live, like you could be so into music, but if you never see it live, it's just so much different. Like I saw bands that they were like so-so to me, but once you see them perform and you get that connection, that energy from a concert, it's just a totally, totally.
No. There's something to Ed, and I go back to when I was a kid and then full-grown adult having the similar experience. I remember, seeing that first concert, Rush, or maybe a band that I really loved like U2, and going, oh my God, they're right there.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
it
they're
blows your
right
mind.
there. And then when I took my kids to see Paul McCartney and he came out and he opened with 8 days a week, I'm sitting there going, oh my God, he's right there singing that song.
This one's for Preston. You brought his whole family tonight.
And the other thing, like, R.E.M. Speedwagon was a cool band to me, but he was one of the greatest before. Like, I saw him somewhere around, I don't know, 82, 83.
Wait, who's he?
What's that?
You said he. Oh, what?
REO Speedwagon.
Well, that's not a he. Do you mean Kevin Cronin, the lead singer?
Correct.
Okay.
He introduced, like, he would just start talking to the crowd, and
then he kept on rolling.
Yeah. Excuse me, Mr. Speedwagon? Can I call you REO? My name is...
It's
He's
REO
seeing
Speedwagon.
Mr. Foreigner.
It's Styx and Loverboy and REO Speedwagon doing the hit.
Shut up.
Saturday.
Yep.
Styx and Loverboy. I love all those bands.
Yeah.
You guys don't give me a hard time because I like Loverboy.
I like Loverboy.
You only know one song by Loverboy.
I know 2 songs from Loverboy.
Okay. But nonetheless, very good. Thank you.
They're both
All right,
the same
Ed,
song.
Appreciate it. No, they are not. I'm telling you. Some good stuff in there. You guys have missed out on it. So there is something that is pretty magical about a show. And if you don't go to, what is this? Mr. Loving every minute of it. Oh my God. No, this is a pretty crappy song. Anyway, no, we're not going to do that.
No, we're going to do that? Okay.
No, we're not going to do that. It's about ready to wrap things up.
Okay, all right.
But there is something pretty magical about being able to see that unfold before your very eyes.
Yes.
Especially if it's like a legend or something. I've talked about seeing Bruce. I'd only seen Bruce one time, and I was just like, wow. That was something else and more than I expected.
Was you worth $5,000?
No.
Dude, Steve, you know I say the video, the Daily Rush video I go back and watch from time to time is when Paul McCartney freaked out on stage.
Oh, he's mad?
Because he was mad. I think it was Robert Plant broke the strap on that legendary Hofner bass guitar. He's like, you broke it. You idiots. I'm going to kill you. You broke it. I believe you said, I had it for decades. Decades. The best.
I will never forgive you.
Yep. All right. So anyhow, thank you for your phone calls. I appreciate it. We do have to take a break because we have a guest who's on the line. If you are a fan of NASCAR, you know the legendary Kyle Petty, and he has a memoir that is out with many stories about that sport and industry. So we'll chat with him in just a few and get into some other things when we return. Stay there. Casey, I thought you said
he's not being totally forthcoming.
Well, he just woke up.
Matt Cord doesn't have a problem with pens. Matt Cord has a problem with toothpicks. Not never.
All right, we've heard about Matt Cord's toothpicks problem. We've heard that someone has a foot powder issue. We've heard, but this chewed pen thing. Now we have actually found your super hidden stash of pens, and at least
great.
half
I
of
won't
them.
have anything to write with tonight when I get there. That's my.
Don't worry, there's 1,000 pens and markers up there.
You'll have plenty to
You're
write.
good. We'll put them back.
You better put them back, Casey.
Not to
Well,
mention
listen.
the 3 dozen pens you have in your briefcase.
No. I can never find a pen. That's where they're hidden because there's never nothing to write with.
Can't find them because they're all up there.
Jackie, there's 50 of them here, and 20 of them are chewed on.
Well, I'm not going to say I chewed them, but I do say I hide them all.
All right, so if you put them in your mouth, are you sure that at any point in time you don't give a quick little nibble?
Maybe I do, yeah.
Jackie.
Yes.
You just gave yourself a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
By the way, somebody texted in and said, Cord was just a red herring. It was Bam Bam in 4F with the big pen.
Yes. What about all the panties with skid marks in Kathy's garbage can?
Those are mine.
Oh, they're yours?
Yeah.
All right.
We have All right, anyhow.
Well, she immediately fessed up.
But I think we solved something.
We did.
I know. I'm pretty happy that
good.
we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Very rare that we actually do. So
Teamwork.
That was
Well,
cool.
we have to talk to HR now. So what they're going to do.
Kreischer is still here, the machine, the conqueror himself, who will be at Helium Comedy Club today, tonight, and then through the weekend.
Until the autopsy.
Until the autopsy takes place. He's got his bottle of Fireball.
There's no surprise ending for this one night.
Been enjoying this morning.
Just blackout.
Our other guests we love having here anytime he can. There's a very cool party coming up. Some of us have been to it before, and it's for a great cause. For a great cause.
Santa Claus.
You can do it.
Oh,
One of those things.
God.
It's M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
He's here this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too.
All right. So, Bert, I know, was just a huge fan, and he wanted to stick around.
It's so cool meeting you.
Thank you,
you've given me so much enjoyment. Do you ever think that? Like, how you've, okay, we were sharing this, and I didn't want to talk about this on air because it may come out.
Tell the story that you were telling us. It's absolutely fine.
I saw Sixth Sense at a black movie theater.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it was the coolest experience because it really brought me together with black dudes. Like, as soon as he goes back and he sees the blood, I realized it with every black dude, and I hear the guy behind me like, "Oh, dude's dead, dude's dead," and then I stand up like, "Dude's dead, dude's dead," and we start hitting each other. We're all standing up in the movie theater. It was so, and then we sat in the lobby for an hour later, breaking down the movie, being like, "Yeah, thermostat drops. Yeah, oh that makes sense. Oh, the mom, she was talking to herself. She was talking to herself. She was talking to herself."
Well, if I can bring people together, that's really
best moment. That was the kid from New Kids on the Block. Shut up! Shut up!
That's the surprise.
Last night, and I was just skimming through the channels. Yeah. So you had Unbreakable.
Oh!
You had The Village.
The Village!
Hey, just a minute, Bert.
Calm down, Bert.
You had Unbreakable, The Village, Lady in the Water, and The Visit were all on
TV.
last night.
Wow.
Every single one of them. And is it because it's this time of year that maybe the cable companies say, all right.
How much money do you have?
I think as a new movie is coming out, as it's coming out, they try to play my movies again.
Okay.
So they feel there's more attention and people want to catch up on old movies they haven't seen and those kind of things. So as this new movie's coming out, they start playing the old ones. By the way, I have to say,
yes.
Whenever I tend to not go on radio shows, I've said this to you guys around the country because like the cowbells and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I always go, would Kubrick do this? And now as I'm sitting next to you in your underwear, I'm questioning my very
decision.
status. I mean, it reminds me of in high school when I was on the swim team, but this is the last time I think I've seen a male in a Speedo.
Get ready, a wave's coming. Do you underestimate your audiences sometimes in a movie or overestimate them and they'll figure this out now? How did you know we were going to figure it out then? That's what I can't understand. How did you know I was going to get it when he went, and I was like, how did you know I was going to stand up, grab a black dude by his dreadlocks and go, dude's dead? How did you know
I'm going to guess that part he did not know. But that
it's called the dreadlock moment. Yes. The technical term for it. And
someone better get a picture of me getting a shot with M. Night Shyamalan.
So what do we drink? What is this?
It's Fireball.
If you guys are all drinking it, I'll definitely do it.
I'll take a picture.
See?
I'll have a shot. Anybody who wants a shot, step forward. Now, unless we do this right now, we aren't able to do a shot before 9 a.m. because it's 8:58 a.m.
We got to do
say
this.
that we did shots before 9 a.m. You ready?
Yeah.
Cheers, everybody.
Bert Kreischer raised it up.
Cheers. Hey, it is a pleasure meeting you, man. Thank you so much for what you do.
Here you go. Toast.
Guys, cheers.
Prost.
Cheers. All right, I got to go to the Helium Comedy Club and do a show now.
Hey,
what are you doing at noon?
Night,
I got an extra Speedo.
Bill Weston, man about town.
Oh, let's make a call.
Is he out in the hallway?
I don't know. But that's
He's dressed as Professor Snape.
It's a pretty good costume.
From Harry Potter. It actually is really good, but I can't believe that's Bill.
Bill Weston to the Air Studio. Bill Weston to the Air Studio.
There he is. There he is. He's here, man about town. Oh, my God.
He looks like Emo Phillips' brother. That's good, Bill. That's actually, you have a sort of Rickman-esque quality to you.
That's really good.
Yeah, get
on the mic here, dude.
Professor.
Yeah. And do your best Snape impression.
Somebody said, "What's his first name?" I said, "Snervius or Severus or something."
Snervius.
What is it?
You got it.
Severus.
Mo. What is it?
Severus.
Snervius.
Severus.
Snervius. We should have let him go all day.
Snervius. I'm Snervius Snape. I'm
nice to meet
his
you.
slowest brother. I gotta put. My teeth don't sit right.
Snervius Snape. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Now are you snooing?
Do you have a wand? Did you get it?
No, I didn't do the wand.
We need to have a
when I went to we had a big Halloween party on Saturday
Oh,
night.
here, I got a wand.
Okay.
I got a wand.
I know what he's getting.
I know what he's getting too.
Yeah.
It's probably what they threw out on the field of the Bills game.
Yes, indeed.
Right?
Dildo.
That's great.
Hang on a second, Casey. We'll get your Snervius.
It's perfect for your
I'm
costume.
not going to hold on to that thing. I'm not. I'm not, because somebody's going to take a picture of it, and I'm not touching that thing.
Say Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviar Leviosa. Oh my God, that is just
That's
wrong.
great, Bill.
Do you want a black one instead or
No.
Was it a theme? Did
No,
you?
sorry, Marissa, you lost your opportunity.
Drumstick. There you go.
Thank you.
There's your
All right.
wand.
Were you and the missus doing a Harry Potter?
Yeah, she
thing?
dressed up as
Hermione?
Maggie Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever that is.
Minerva.
Minerva.
Yeah, McGonagall.
Oh yeah. All right. So do you have a delivery? Do you know how he speaks?
No. Well,
Yeah. It's
I went
Alan
on,
Rickman.
I know. I
Yeah.
love Alan Rickman. I was talking to people about
Welcome to Hogwarts.
Galaxy Quest and Robin Hood and all these great roles or whatever. But no, I couldn't.
very aristocratic. You know.
Yes.
Finish this line. Turn to page 300.
And 5.
Close. 94.
Okay. All right. That was good.
You are surely wondering why I have summoned you.
Oh wait, he doesn't have his headphones on.
All right.
Snevers.
Snevers is
This is Snurpy Snipplesmayer.
Here we go.
This hour. It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
you have to space out your.
I am Snervius Snappus Snippler, and I drink Snapple for the enjoyment, and I click the lid.
And my least favorite soup is Snapper.
Snapper.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore,
you have to space out your syllables.
That's good. That's good.
Speak.
I will have a sarsaparilla.
I had mentioned earlier that I'm a fan of escape rooms. They're a fun activity that you can do with friends or family or coworkers. And basically the concept is you get placed into a room with a group of people, and there are a series of clues in this room, and there's some sort of a mission that you have to execute. Sometimes it's get a key and get out of the room. Other times it's you've got to solve a murder mystery, or you have to find a missing person or something like that.
It's like a real-world puzzle situation.
Yeah. And you're usually given a time limit, about an hour, to get through all the clues, work together, and achieve the mission. And then you're declared victorious. If not, then, well, you didn't make it. So we decided to incorporate that. I think we're going to go to our main man who helms he's got the keys to MMR. He's the man about town, of course. Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, there we are.
Hey.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right.
We see you standing in front of it says 1313.
Oh.
Which is like the Munsters, yes.
So it's I've been told it's the Bates Manor.
The Bates Manor
is the whole deal, and it's a mansion, and Mr. Bates apparently has a lot of cash on hand, and you guys are gonna have to get in there and get it and get out. There's a safe somewhere in there that you need to crack. Get in, get the loot, and get out before the cops get there, which I assume is within an hour right after it starts.
He's the patriarch. He is Master Bates, right?
Yeah, he is Master Bates. No,
Nice.
So Bill, we were going to set you up with Jackson and Matt Cord. Are they handy? Are they there nearby?
I have not seen them.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I don't know. It's rather strange for a disc jockey to be late.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you know what? Maybe we can help you out. Let's see. Is there anybody else we might be able to substitute for? Because we got to get this underway.
Last-minute replacements? Is that even doable?
I don't know.
I also hear that there's going to be other members, like a couple other people besides Jackson and Matt. A newspaper reporter is going to come along with us because we act as a team.
Okay.
And you got to have at least 4 people to kind of figure out all the clues and try to advance into further rooms. And
well, you know what, Bill? I think we sent Nick down there because we wanted Nick to make sure everything ran smoothly, and Nick should be on location. Nick, could you see if there's anybody else that we could scare up because we do need to get this underway?
We can't be waiting fully. When they get there, they get there.
Yeah, if
Jackson
you've got,
or Matt.
I think Nick can hear us. Nick, if you can bring, if there's anybody like cast members or whatever, if you can bring them on out.
Sorry, I'm now down the hallway. Hey, Bill, here's this is Pituation.
Oh God!
Here, come on in, Pitch.
Enter Pituation.
Yeah, he's here with us, and this guy.
Who else we have?
We got a really tall guy.
Jackie Bam Bam.
Jackie Bam Bam. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Who else?
Last but not least, come on around the corner, young man.
It's Gary Lauer.
Oh my God! I mean,
he's locked in a room with Gary Lauer.
This is going to be the most cacophonous sounding radio bit with Nick's booming voice and Pitch like glass shattering. Nothing but loud people in here.
Well, it works out, Bill, because just by happenstance, the people we believe you'd most want to be locked up with are there around you right now.
Oh, and Bill, if you haven't figured it out, Jackson and Matt were never going to be down there being a part of this. This is just, we had this set up.
I thought there might be some type of prank going on here because Jackson never gets up for anything.
So we were wondering who Bill, and it's all about teamwork for this, and we thought, well, who might it be difficult for Bill to corral and get? So as much as we love Jackie and he's the most amazing overnight guy ever, he is a bit scattered. He's a little, all over the place.
I got microphones on me and my pants are falling down. He told me to wear pockets.
You got to be, if your name is Zygmunt, you got to be known as Ziggy, right?
Yeah.
I would imagine that's got to be the nickname. Melanie writes, hey, Preston, I would like to request a shout out to my wonderful neighbor, Tyler Collins. He's a loyal listener and got my husband and I out to his work at Bear Creek Mountain for their inflatable slides. Oh. And my husband, Jordan, and I work a lot this time of year and don't get to do much together, but today was just what we needed. No time frame on this. Just make sure that it is a week short because he's a little bitch. Wow. And then she says, if you could add a P.S., it says, F the HOA, you can pick which tree is branchy at this year at County Line Nursery.
That's great.
Remember they had Branchy, the Christmas tree?
Absolutely, yeah.
At County Line Nursery. So I'm assuming that Melanie works there. And she says, no big deal. I'm already making them name trees after all of you this year.
Excellent.
You guys are the best and have got me through a lot. Melanie Zygmunt. So here's your shout out. And there's the little one.
With a little bitch.
The little bitch.
Hey, you were talking about potentially reading an email that Nick got on there? I didn't know if you wanted to do that from the
message.
Oh, do you want to read that? Or would you rather not?
Oh, just
or
do
are
it.
you done working that angle?
I think I'm done working that angle because it's been fruitless.
Yeah, listen how stupid this is. We've, for the longest time, we wanted to see if we could arrange a telephone call to the International Space Station. And it's not unheard of. They will do this. It will call in to TV shows and things like that.
They did it for The Bachelor.
And we thought it would be pretty amazing to be at the Camp Out for Hunger. And that's when we like to get, as big a guest as we can.
Right.
And do a live call to the International Space Station. So Nick's been working this angle for years.
Yeah.
Try and make this happen. And there were times where it seemed like it might happen.
We found 2 really helpful people within NASA. And there's a guy named David who's been enormously helpful. And I'm very grateful to him. And so they sort of pointed me up the ladder, up the corporate ladder, I guess, for lack of a better term, at NASA. And then ended up with this guy named Rob. And Rob has been anything but helpful. Huh. And so I was thinking about it over vacation, like just stuff we've been trying to do for a long time. And I haven't reached out to Rob for a while. We still want to talk to, we're not going anywhere. The space station's not going anywhere. We still want to talk to people up there. So I reached out to Rob and I said, hey, we're still here. We'd love to do this conversation. Have chat with somebody on the space station. And he goes, And I was like, and maybe we could do it around our Camp Out for Hunger, which takes place in November every year. And this is verbatim his response. We would never support an event tied to your food drive.
That's it?
Yeah. So I wrote back.
Dick.
What?
I wrote back, I'm sorry, ? I don't quite understand why not. And he said it'd be an implied endorsement of your station and its civic activities. So then I replied,
What? It's not like we're asking them to sponsor jars of farts.
So
this This is
it's the country's largest food drive.
And I'm really trying. I didn't write what I wanted to write. I'm trying to be civil.
You were good.
I'm trying to be.
You are not an astronaut.
Yeah, you can write the next email, Steve.
Yeah.
But then I wrote back. I was like, listen, that seems a bit odd. Fighting hunger anywhere in any community shouldn't be controversial or an implied endorsement. But okay, we'll aim for another time. I appreciate the feedback. So
you definitely kept the lid on that.
You
I'm
were
trying.
nice.
I had another response ready to go.
Yeah.
But it's frustrating because, like, listen, this is for a good cause and we're nice people and we want to chat with somebody on the space station.
Why would you so tersely say we would never?
We would never
support your food drive?
Make a wish, what? To make some sick kids happy?
Yeah.
That's what that sounds like, right?
What?
He sounds like somebody who needs to retire.
No, what needs to happen is they're just dying to get. Hey, go check the capsule, and then they close it and launch them into space.
Steve, honestly, I thought I misread it, but we would never support an event tied to your food drive. And I was like, oh, he can't have written that on purpose.
Well, and we would never support. Okay, so
I don't get it.
Trying to wrap my mind around this because all we're asking for is just an interview. We're not asking you to endorse what we're doing or anything like that.
We just make NASA a sponsor.
Which why wouldn't they want to be? I don't know.
Too much goodwill
to be, because they will do interviews regularly for just information shows, TV shows. Good Morning America, whatever it may be.
The Bachelor,
and that just makes no sense to me.
I don't get
it. Why it would be any. Now, what if we were to just say, hey, just
in space, and I love you.
Hey, pull that handle over there and see what happens.
Rose.
Yeah. You just got sucked out of the airlock.
Listen, we obviously have a great relationship with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and we have Derek Pitts, and we are clearly, this is something that we're into. We've supported this, but what a way to misread.
So we had who was it? Stott. She was a female. She's an astronaut.
Stott.
Yeah. We also had we had Terry Vertson because I had been going at it. Yeah, and he was great. And I had been going. I can't remember where it started. I have been working my angles as well. Thank God I don't have to deal with that guy.
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Rob Navius or Navius. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his last name, but I mean he's Steve is.
They should move his desk under the retro rockets.
He's a muckety muck. And then I Googled him because I was like, who is this guy? And then I looked at his pictures and I'm like, I don't care for this guy at all.
Yeah,
well, that's lame.
Sit him under the launch, the gantry.
Yeah. It's just funny when you run into roadblocks like that because
it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, and I guess maybe we fight the fight sometimes of having to deal with radio shows around the country that aren't great or wouldn't be respectful or whatever. And I understand that, but we would do a great job with this interview.
Well, I would rather hear. Listen, we don't do local morning radio. We're NASA. We're this and that. And I would at least go, well, that kind of sucks, but all right, it is what it is. As opposed to we would never support your food drive.
I mean, they talk to kindergarten classrooms. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I get it.
What a dumbass.
So anyway, if we
never support your food drive, what are you trying to feed the homeless and the destitute?
I like the Make-A-Wish kids.
For what? For sick kids? Like that's a thing you do. That's a thing that people have time to do to make the world a little bit better for sick kids. Jesus Christ.
Leave me alone.
How's that next moon trip coming?
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks a lot, Rob.
Thanks for
when
your
was
help.
the last time? Should have been on Saturn by now.
Rob Navius.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
The Naver.
Nick, you were I wouldn't have been able to send an email like you did. I would have fired back differently, and then I always say thanks for your help or something like that to just kind of throw it in there.
Right.
But I give you credit for that email.
Well, I'm still trying. And I don't know if this conversation's helping any.
No, I think this is done. We're done.
Whatever.
But I mean,
listen, I've already gotten the no, so like we might as well make fun of this dude.
Dear Rob, we'll just contact the Russians.
Well, it's funny because I said this off air, and Casey was like, who's his boss? And I was thinking the exact same thing as Casey. Like, let's go around this guy. But I don't know.
You know what? To be honest, there are Canadian astronauts up there. There are other people from other nations. We could reach out to their
You'd figure.
space organizations.
Yeah, they'd support. They're our own NASA.
Yeah.
Why don't we just start dialing numbers? See if we can get the space station, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll eventually get it.
E.T.?
Wait a minute. You do?
I do work here.
You still have that phone?
I love the place. I'm a botanist.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. All right. Anyway. All right.
Yellow. You got E.T.
Yeah. Wait, what is this? There's a phone number. If someone needs to call the ISS Operations and Mission Control Center,
you just leave it a message.
Relay the audio through a telephone line.
Hi, want to talk to someone on the space station? $9.95 a minute.
Okay.
What?
Let's call it and leave a note. Let's leave a message.
Can you call us back, please?
Yeah. Well, we can't leave a phone number.
Let's have Kathy. Kathy,
Well, we could say,
pretend like you're trying to get free drinks at Guppy's.
We're at WMMR, and you can find us. We're in Philadelphia.
Yeah. And, if you're interested, please send us an email.
Or just like, hey, it's me. When you get a minute.
Yeah.
Just like a runner's
Yeah.
head.
Hey, it's me.
Just like a runner's head.
It's me. He's not doing too well. He's only got a couple of hours left.
Call me.
Call me back immediately.
Hurry up.
All right. Well, anyhow, we'll see. Maybe somebody listening can point us in the direction of someone who is not a bona fide penis.
Yeah, not Rob.
Yeah.
Listen, my treatments at the Nymphomaniac Clinic aren't working out. I need to see you.
What? I got to call that.
Maybe Rob will change his mind.
Yeah, I'm sure this helped.
Yep.
Yellow.
I just don't understand how you can be that.
It's a food drive.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're being as pleasant as can possibly be.
Also, you sent an email back, right? Meaning you had a time to think about what you were going to say, and then the opportunity to hit a send button. It's not like, oh man, I didn't mean to say it like that.
Right.
You
took the time to write it.
Yeah.
That you're not going to support a food drive.
Dear Nick, I only listen to Terry Gross. Not your infantile radio station.
All right, I get that.
I have an office at NASA. Not a lot of people talk to me, but I have one.
All right. Well, anyhow, keep trying, I guess. Not with him, but.
Not with that guy.
Yeah, we'll find
Have
someone
him.
else. I wonder if Derek, because I don't know if he's associated with NASA at all, but he's got to know something.
He's gotta know
But the last time we talked to him, there was something that he was doing, I believe, with NASA at some level. How could you not embrace what he does and what Neil deGrasse Tyson?
And speaking of him, Steve, Neil deGrasse Tyson, we're going to have him on in 2 or 3 weeks. So,
All right, we'll work him.
You know what?
We'll pull up Rob's name then when we have Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show.
I have an idea. You got to play the long game. Retire from this job, go back to school. Okay. Become an astrophysicist.
Okay.
Try an intern or get a job with NASA.
Right.
All right. And then work the ladder, and then eventually you could be his boss.
Yeah, all right.
We have a 69-year-old intern out here.
You guys like pancakes?
This is where the rockets were. I saw them on the television.
Yeah, could do it.
Let's get us some coffee.
Well, besides things in space and science, there are other scientific discoveries that have been made. And Steve sent me this article about a medical science breakthrough. A group of pigs were pronounced dead for hours as part of a study, and then scientists got the heart beating again.
What?
Got their hearts beating.
They were dead for hours.
Wait, did they kill them purposefully? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it was for science.
You can kill anything for science.
Yeah. Here, give me, get the hammer.
We want to.
I got to kill this for science.
We want to learn how to prolong the life of pigs. Well, how about just don't kill them in the first place?
feed them properly,
and take care of them, show them love and compassion,
They'll live
and
as
let
long
them
as
live
they
their
possibly
lives.
can.
Well, that's not fun.
It's for science, for crying out loud.
We're trying to save their lives by killing them.
Hand me that crossbow. And that's fun.
Here, eat this hand grenade.
So researchers from Yale began pumping synthetic fluids through the bodies of dead pigs, finding their hearts began to faintly beat, according to a peer-reviewed study published by Nature.
Zombie pigs.
The team used two systems for its test. The first group of pigs got Organ X, a device that resembles heart and lung machines. And they also got an experimental mixture of fluids that are supposed to reduce inflammation and provide cellular health.
Oh, yeah.
Some motor function also returned. The head and neck of some of the dead pigs began to move.
This is
something that shocked everyone.
Astonishing if you stop and think about it. There's obviously so much about, I guess, a genetic similarity between the human body and the pig's body this is an interesting correlation. So the long game on this, obviously, would be to be able to revive people who've passed, and then also to eat people as bacon.
Yes, that too. No, but I would assume with this comes, you can't let tissue die.
No.
So once you go without oxygen in your blood, then things start to die. They will not come back around.
Try to get that tissue to dance you. Put a little boogie in it. I just got back from vacation. I'm a little off, guys.
With your setups? Well, somebody's on the line who can help out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Do we have music for him?
Yeah, he has a theme.
He does. I'm sorry.
It's not the beginning of Pink
He was
Floyd.
busy writing jokes.
I was busy being embarrassed. So just give me a moment here, guys. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
You know what that means? The good doctor's on the line. Fox 29 and Penn Medicine's own Dr. Mike Sirigliano. It's called in. Dr. Mike, good morning.
Casey, what's right? You're a little rusty.
A little rusty. That's all right. It's first day back.
All right. Anyway, when I first heard about this study, fascinating, unbelievable, basically changing the way we define or will define death, because what they have done is prevent cellular death and allowed. So if you think about it, Steve, not only could it keep people alive, but it could also render organs for transplant to be preserved in a much better way, because, Preston, as you said, after a certain amount of time with oxygen deprivation, no blood flow, cells die. And when I saw this, it was fascinating stuff.
Let me ask you, what would this do as far as, or are there any applications for this and keeping donated blood viable longer?
Well, I think any organ, any part of the body that is comprised of cells, which is everything, with this approach has the ability, has the potential for, quote unquote, longer shelf life.
Yeah.
I mean, that is in itself remarkable. But think about it. When we pronounce someone dead, you have to wait a certain amount of time, but this may change the whole ball game, because you can't imagine how, if you get cells to not die like that, even if they have, if someone has stopped breathing or their heart has stopped, can you imagine you get this treatment, this liquid, this fluid, and wow, I mean, compared to even things like we use now, like ECMO, where we use these machines and things, this has tremendous.
So this would dramatically change, for like first responder protocol and ER protocols, right? If you had this ability, if you set these things in place, I mean, that you're talking a whole new realm, a whole new world, just like Fievel taught us.
Yeah, I haven't been this excited about a study in a long time. I got to tell you, and I don't want to brag, but my great grandfather, the famous Victor Frankenstein, was working on this.
You know what? I couldn't help when I first saw this story. Immediately, I'm like, okay. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Let me see. How old am I? Oh, yeah. They won't get this figured out before I kick it. They're not going to have it figured out.
You ain't going anywhere, pal.
That's right. You've got the Dr. Mike stamp of approval.
Yeah, there's a no-die policy. You want to die, got to go somewhere else.
That's right.
Anyway.
By the way, I still owe you some poop. I got to get that to you.
Yes, please.
A stool sink.
I don't ask for diamonds or jewelry. I want some body fluid.
He's a cheap date. Just crap in a box.
We had a date. My first day of vacation was my my annual checkup with Dr. Mike. So we had a very special.
You know,
day.
I have to go in too. So I'll pre-bring in my crap in a box for
right.
Yeah.
Why don't you just have Preston bring yours in?
Yeah,
should
just cheat for me.
Yeah, well, I've already done it. You can take mine in if you
All
want
right,
in,
sure,
so,
yeah.
I don't want old stuff, Steve. I want
No, I keep a collection in the basement, but that's just for my own use.
Well, anyway. I want fresh.
All right,
Steve,
fresh.
Poo-poo, got to be fresh.
All right,
Poo-poo got to be fresh. That's that delivery service at home. Poo-poo got to be fresh. It's like Blue Apron.
PPGF.
Poo-poo got to be
GBF. All right, see you later. Love you, Dr. Mike.
Love you.
All right,
It's a
bye-bye.
club DJ. Poo-poo got to be fresh.
I actually have a video of him giving me the digital exam.
Really? Oh, really?
I didn't. It's a video of me.
Why?
Well, it's not like me. I'm holding it back, showing my ass or anything like that. It's me talking to him while he's doing it, so you can hear him telling me what he's doing and all that stuff.
My.
Right?
That sounds great.
Are you due a colonoscopy soon, or?
Yes. In fact, I have to make an appointment for that.
I just had 2. You could have one of mine.
I got 3. I'm like 3 weeks away from mine.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I scheduled mine as well, but not until February.
Should we do it all here in the studio?
Yeah.
Everyone's getting their asses probed.
Mm-hmm.
I made a joke about Steve about you taking Steve's fecal matter into Dr. Mike, but I just wanted to tell you a quick story. My cousin and her husband were having fertility issues, and so they did an alternate route, and so he had to get his matter over to the doctor. Like it needed to be like fresh and warm and like right there within an hour, and they both had to work and they couldn't take off, so her mother took it.
Oh man.
Oh. He had the mother-in-law take it over.
She couldn't spit.
Stop,
dude.
Stop it, Steve. Stop.
I'll be over in 10 minutes.
Where exactly are you located?
Give us
I'm coming right now.
Oh my God! Give us a kiss.
I'm sorry, I can't talk to you right now. Go to her.
No, she took it over in a little brown bag. There was a container inside.
Oh,
She
there you
just
go.
Took the brown bag in.
Jeez.
It's
You got to do what you got to do.
Hey,
For you
they
listen.
got a beautiful baby.
They're building a family. That's all that matters.
Let me see. I had another story here that was a different kind of
science.
Not
Big?
science, but robotics. So I mean, this is a.
Are you the internist?
No, I'm not the internist. This is robots. It has nothing to do with medicine or anything like that. But it is a technological advancement.
Is this Preston?
No, this is nothing. This is just me talking to you guys.
I have no category, no character. It's just conversations, the way people communicate.
It could be the stream of consciousness nerd, but no.
No?
No.
Are you sure?
So, American Nonprofit Research Institute, called SRI International, has developed a prototype for what it's calling a police robot.
Oh, I sent something over pertaining to
Same
this.
thing. Yeah, so the robot is meant to prevent accidents that occur when police pull over drivers. The brain behind this bot is a man named Ruben Brewer, a senior robotics research engineer at SRI. He started building the prototype in his garage. He said, our robot goes between people to keep everyone safe. The cop bot is attached to a telescopic robotic arm that can extend from the side of the cop car that reaches the window of the pulled over driver in front of it. So the officer stays in the car.
Right.
And this thing comes out of the vehicle and it goes up. And what I think is kind of cool is it puts a spike strip in front of the car that it's pulled over, in front of its rear tires, in case they'd see this robot and they'd feel like they're going to run,
this.
like screw this, they're going to take off. Well, they'll get flats immediately. And it's this little camera that pops up with a screen on the side, and then he talks to the person via a video link.
Officer Johnny 5.
Here's my thing with it. You look at the contraption, and then it retracts. It's still this big thing that sits on the side of the vehicle. Now, mind you, police hate traffic stops because, A, it's dangerous just getting out of the car on an actual road. You've seen countless videos of police and people that they pulled over where cars will crash into them as they're off to the side of the road.
Yeah.
They hate, in general, getting out and going up to a car. They don't know who's inside the car. They don't know if they have a gun or anything like that. All of it is dangerous and risky and problematic for the police officers as well as the people they're pulling over. I like it on that level. I think they just need to refine it.
When I first saw the story, I thought it was kind of like a drone type of thing.
That's what I thought.
And no, it's not. If there's a police officer operating it, and they are in the car right behind
They
it.
should have Pulsar from Rocky IV come on.
Yeah, and see how people like being pulled over by that. It extends from it comes out and they communicate with the driver via webcam, and from there the RoboCop can do it all. It scans the driver's license. It'll actually spit a little ticket out.
Yeah.
If you're getting ticketed and you have to sign and all this stuff, and it just happens, but they're in a more safe position behind the car.
I like the concept of this. I just think, again, there needs to be structural improvements on it. But how would you react if you got pulled over?
I don't know. I mean, I guess if I knew there was a cop right behind me and I could see them in the rearview mirror actually talking to me, even though I'm watching them on the screen. Is this the RoboCop theme?
Yeah.
So I have no idea. It's probably a long time before something like this would be implemented.
I would think so. The question is, will they allow the driver to use filters like
like a Zoom or something like that?
Well, like lipsticks or backdrops or whatever.
Yeah, not really sure. So anyhow, I thought that was kind of an interesting story.
It is interesting.
Yep.
I think it's good. Keep working on it.
I wanted to mention this because I thought about putting this in the connoisseur, but we do the connoisseurs on Friday, and this story broke last week, but I did want to mention that the Mexican pizza is going to be a permanent menu item.
I knew it.
At Taco Bell.
It's too popular.
They pulled the item in 2020 to superfly the menu. To simplify the menu. And apparently they brought it back this May, and Taco Bell said the ingredient shortages couldn't keep up with the demand, which was boosted in part by marketing efforts from Doja Cat. After its May return, Taco Bell said the demand was 7 times higher than when the item was previously available, outpacing its supply capacities. It said one restaurant in California sold more than 1,000 of them in one day.
Wow.
But they're returning with it permanently on the menu.
So I was in Colorado for 2 weeks, and there's great Tex-Mex, Mexican food there. And I was thinking, and Steve, let me know if you agree with this, that we are in a glorified place these days because you can get great Mexican food almost anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that wasn't always the case.
No.
I remember like growing up around here, like even Taco Bell, there was not many of those around, if any. So I think 2022 is going to be a good year.
So you think 2020 is going to be a good year for tacos? I think that ultimately, some people crap on Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I think
I'm a fan.
It is its own kind of Mexican food variation that is solid. This thing to me seems like a weird configuration because it's basically a contorted taco, right, with taco meat and.
Well, it's got refried beans on it as well.
Is that the distinguishing factor, you think?
Yeah.
All right.
At least it used to. No, it still does.
All right. We're looking at it. It looks damn good.
Yeah, it's refried beans and beef, and then, on the top of it. I think it's a pain in the ass to eat. I just don't think it's very practical.
Well, that's all the beauty of tacos.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about tacos.
It's a self-contained. It's like you roll up a pizza. It's like folding a pizza. It makes it easier to eat.
That's why I prefer burritos. Burritos are just easy, one-hand eating.
Yep, just eat and suck.
Yep, that's what you do.
What are your thoughts on, and have you ever had walking tacos?
Yeah.
They're great.
I like them.
Yeah.
I don't prefer them, but they are good.
What are walking tacos?
You take like a fun bag of Doritos or whatever, and you
Crunch them up.
Yeah, crunch them up. Yeah.
And then you throw taco meat and all the taco accoutrement.
It would make me yearn for an actual taco
in there, and then you can. But they are less messy. You know, that's one of the things that's
you
good
put
about it.
you put salsa on a burrito that you know you're gonna take for the road.
No.
Do I put salsa on the that I know I'm going to take? What do you mean?
Like, so you're going to eat the burrito on the go, right?
If I'm making one?
No, like if you go to a Taco Bell or something like that. Like, will you, because liquid salsa sometimes will make it a little too messy, even if you have the foil wrapped around it.
When I get the sauce at Taco Bell, I don't like unfold the burrito and put it in there or anything like that.
No,
I put it on every bite.
Yeah.
Right, Case?
Yeah, you take a bite.
Squeeze a little bit on.
Do you ever hold a cold spoon to your testicles?
Have I ever?
Kathy
or
does.
Not with regularity.
To my testicles.
To your testicles?
Yes. Mhm.
But it's his.
Listen, you're the one that does it. You know.
You're the one in HR violation.
Yeah.
Did you ever suck on a chili dog, guys?
It's been a while.
On a chili dog, sucking on a chili dog, sucking on a chili dog, sucking on a chili dog.
Thank you for the texter who just sent this in. Here's another thing that happened while we were gone. They have retired the Choco Taco.
Yeah.
Oh, I
That
saw
happened
that.
while we were gone. I
I'm
don't
going to call up because there's a couple things in this list that yes, that was a big thing.
I don't get them regularly, but
Why would they do that?
I like knowing that they're there.
What's the explanation?
Probably because they're not selling as good.
I think it's that guy from NASA.
He's involved.
Let's just blame that guy.
definitely is
Rob!
involved.
Yeah.
Come on, Rob.
Freaking Rob.
I don't like them, and I don't think you should have them either.
Yeah. Food.
Yeah.
I don't like food.
I just
Maybe
don't
Rob
like
just
it.
doesn't like food.
Oh.
He
He
like
might not.
food and sick
Yeah.
children. They are so annoying.
So
They're
the
things
Choco,
that bring joy to people.
Yeah.
Period.
the Choco Taco is essentially it is just a Nutty Buddy in a different shape.
Doesn't matter.
No, I know.
Wait,
It
what's a
tastes
nutty
different.
buddy? What's a nutty buddy?
Nutty Buddy is a Choco Taco. No, it's a ice cream cone that has ice cream in it, and then the chocolate and the
No, I would
nuts on top.
fully disagree
You talking
with
about
you.
a drumstick?
Yes.
Well, drumstick is also it's its own brand, but Nutty Buddy
It's the real thing.
Yeah.
Drumsticks are the real
Yeah,
thing.
they're the same.
Don't give me this nutty buddies.
Don't give me this crap.
No.
Wasn't born yesterday.
Nutty Buddy paved the way.
Oh, no, it did not.
The drumstick is standing on the shoulders of Nutty Buddy.
you're not even
Let's check
you're
out
not
the
even
chronology.
anywhere
We gotta
near
Let's
in the
check
same
out the
ballpark.
chronology. Are you suggesting that the Nutty Buddy precedes the?
The drumstick.
I think the drumstick
Listen,
is
I've been wrong
classic.
about a lot of things in my life, and there's a good chance that I'm wrong about this.
Nope.
But I think I'm right.
Let's you make a convincing argument. I've been wrong a lot,
And I'm going to be wrong again.
and there's every possibility I'm wrong again. But this time, I think I'm probably right.
All right, Nick's going to look this up right
There's
now.
another thing, Preston, that relates to this, the time off, the Jim's Steaks fire.
Oh, my God. Right?
Crazy.
Okay, so, yeah, there was a little text chain going on about that.
Mm-hmm.
What was the end result of that and the amount of damage done? Jim's is my favorite play. It's my favorite cheesesteak.
And I thought of you immediately
Yeah.
because it was.
Yeah. Does anybody know? I didn't do a
Well,
follow
see
up
if I can
on
find
that.
out.
But yeah, I was bummed out to hear about that. But what I'm holding on to is that it'll come back bigger and better than ever.
Yeah,
that type of thing.
Right now, it says that they're large. They were fearing a large portion would need to be torn down, and that's not the case, from what I understood last that I heard.
It says electrical wiring is what caused it.
You can't. I mean, got to have that. You got to have gyms.
Yeah.
Got to have Pats. You got to have them all.
All right. See what you can find out about that, Kathy. Right now, I'm going to check in with Jim. Jim. Who the hell is Jim? Oh, Jim.
Somebody just
Jim
said
Steaks.
Yeah.
Nick. With the Nutty Buddy versus drumstick controversy.
Where's our news music?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, here we go.
Our correspondent, Nick.
Go to Nick McElway.
We check it out with our correspondent, Nick McElway, who has information concerning the drumstick. Nick?
Well, it was originally created and produced by the Seymour Ice Cream
the
Company.
Nutty Buddy he's
The Nutty
talking
Buddy,
about.
yes. Oh,
Seymour Butts.
Seymour Ice Cream Company, which ceased operation in the 80s. I'm trying to find the origins of when it all started, though. And what was the
See,
other
it
one?
doesn't even... A drumstick.
Drumstick, yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
The original drumstick.
Yeah,
Right.
the original drumstick.
Exactly what they ate during the Last Supper.
That
These
would have
are
been
great.
awesome. These things are great.
Why are we here again?
Listen, I know tomorrow's not a good day, but this is
right
wonderful
now,
right now.
I can deal with this.
Oh, so the drumstick, I mean, that's 1928.
1928. I don't think they made something called the Nutty Buddy in 1928.
Told you.
I propose the invention of the Nutty Buddy.
I got you guys.
Okay. All right, please.
Everyone loves the Nutty Buddy. If you're a man who has no friends, it's the perfect buddy for you. Filled with nuts and taste oh so good on your tongue.
But then there's the drumstick.
What? A competitor has come out of the darkness, the drumstick. Will it take down the Nutty Buddy? Only time will tell. This is ragtime music, by the way.
It is. I was hoping he would switch to the other, like, 20s type of
Preston
music.
hoped that
When you
Casey
change
would
gears.
follow up on the audio cue, but he failed to do so.
He was on his phone.
He was
looking up information.
He's
I'm
looking
not
up
playing
Nutty
words with
Buddy.
friends.
Nick,
All right?
Nick is looking up the information.
Preston had never been more furious with Casey for failing to hit that music cue. It was a disaster of historic proportions as we were trying to determine which preceded which.
All right, hold on a second here. 1923. When was Nutty Buddy ice cream invented? Shared his first batch of ice cream with the family and friends in 1923. So that we don't know when the actual Nutty Buddy novelty came into existence because the drumstick was in 1928.
Certainly the same time frame, but which one came first? Everyone loves dancing with their favorite gal with a Nutty Buddy jammed down their throat.
Their favorite gal.
All right.
All right.
We go now high atop the 30 Rockefeller Plaza. But that's Norman and his bands of incorrigibles are dancing to the Nutty Buddy waltz.
Oh, yes. The Nutty Buddy waltz.
With my naughty body, lost out on love, but I got me some nuts.
You know, here's a twist. I started looking up the history of the Nutty Buddy, and there's also an athletic supporter called the Nutty Buddy.
Oh.
And it has a different origin
That
story.
one doesn't taste so good. With a slight hint of ball sweat, little Junior certainly scowls after tasting that.
Oh, man.
This tastes like my gym teacher, Daddy, he says.
Oh.
Oh, good God.
Uh-huh.
All right.
So there's that.
The extent of the damage at gyms, they don't really get specific.
Oh, my God.
They say,
We have two stories rolling here, folks.
We're a news bureau.
Yeah.
this is how we do it.
Yeah.
All they've said is that the president has vowed to rebuild the shop and do it as soon as possible. So there's enough damage that they can't be
Biden
open.
said that?
Huh?
Biden said that?
No,
The president.
President of Jim Steaks, Kenneth Silver.
Is there a gym behind Jim Steaks? Does anyone know?
Yeah, it says
I'm
got
gonna
a
need
couple
more
of
time.
Nautilus machines.
Dude, right?
Yeah. There's golds back there. Well, I assume so, but
right?
I don't know if they're still with us because wow, when did gyms first come out? Let's do the history. 83
About
years
the time
ago.
of the Nutty Buddy.
Yeah.
Founded in 1939.
Okay. We don't think we have any 1930s.
Yeah,
music.
Jim and Millie.
Jim and Millie.
That's who started it.
Okay.
All right.
What happened to Millie? Millie was the missus to Jim's gymnast?
I would assume so.
I guess.
Probably a family restaurant that got started. All right. Well, anyhow,
I think we solved some things here.
I think we
not
did.
really,
We
but
answered all the questions.
we tried. That's the important thing is we did try, and we do have to take a break. So we got to wrap this up here. We will come back in a moment. Oh, by the way, Kyle Petty could not make it on the show today.
Yes. He talked to that guy at NASA.
He did.
Yeah. Bastard.
Rob called him and said, "Don't go on that show."
Oh, you say they do a food thing for the poor? That's like that Make-A-Wish. It's so annoying.
So annoying.
What?
He said that's so annoying.
So annoying. I don't like kids and they help them. Poor people
Hungry
involved.
people.
All right.
Okay.
We'll take a break and come back and we'll get into the bizarre file when we return. So please stay with us. We won't be gone long. Of course, course you did. And Pitch, no, he never wears underwear. Pitch, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, this is great. I can hear everybody back in the studio.
Hey!
Everybody. Hey! How's Billy doing? I know Bill Weston's having the time of his life.
Oh, my God. They say this is like a really great team-building exercise. I'm really wondering what the outcome is going to be.
Last but not least,
all of these people.
Let's see how the mayor of Juniata Park is doing. Gary, can you hear me?
This is going to be a blast.
Oh, yeah?
Kindergarten for adult males. I think we're going to have a wonderful time, children.
I think you painted the best picture simply by saying kindergarten.
Yeah, and by the way, Gary, we've elected you team captain.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down.
I believe you have 1 hour from the time this starts. So is there anybody there to officially begin this whole thing, Bill? Is Randy nearby?
Randy gave me a bit of an orientation, like things like numbers on the wall and like there's locks, and I guess we got to find a key to get into the lock of the mailbox. Maybe that tells us how to get into the main door of the next room. And so, I guess
go ahead.
We're ready to get started.
We're looking at the collection here, Bill, on the monitor. It looks like the worst bachelor party ever.
All right, it's starting.
Clock is running. Go ahead in.
Go.
Let's do stuff. Let's do it.
Let's do stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So there's a lock on the mailbox. There's also a lock over here on this.
Oh my gosh! The first thing is a puzzle. Oh.
This birdhouse. All right. There's a flashlight hanging on the wall.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
They can't hear us right now, so we're going to listen in, and I'll kind of describe what they're doing. They're searching around the front door.
What the heck is this? It looks like one of those mirrors that they stick under a car to see if you got a bomb under there.
There's probably something.
Use that to look up above, and maybe there's something.
Bill's got the right idea.
I don't think Jackie Bam Bam understands what's going on.
That's the thing.
I think he thinks this is a kid's birthday party.
Yeah, I talked to Jackie this morning, and I'm like, "Look, have you been briefed on what's going to happen?" And he kind of sent me back. I don't know. It's kind of I was just told we got to get out of a room or something. So he doesn't really understand the whole concept of it all.
And Gary looks like he's just like he's picking things up and looking at them, but even if it was a clue, he's putting it back.
All right, let's listen in. Hang on. There's Pituation laughing.
Oh,
Jackie found something.
Thank you. I found a key.
Where's going, Jack?
Key? Under the mat. Under the mat.
All right.
Catch, Peg.
You're welcome.
How about is it small? It's probably this one.
Yeah.
Okay, they're about to open up the mailbox out front. Let's see.
We got it.
Okay. All right, Jackie got it open. He found the key and he's getting it open.
Unlock the mailbox.
All right.
First, we have a letter inside the mailbox.
To Bates.
Let me try that key in this other lock.
What if Jackie's like a Manchurian candidate? Like he's been programmed, like he's Jason Bourne and doesn't know it.
He has no idea.
Yeah. It's as requested. We've set your alarm code for a 4-digit number. Should you somehow forget the code, simply look around before entering the house. Please let us know if we can be of further assistance.
It'll probably be the number on the front.
Pointing to the 1313 house number on the side of the house. Where's it coming from?
Bill wants to know whose phone is ringing.
Your phone off?
It's Gary.
Gary's got a phone.
He's yelling at Gary.
I told Gary goes out with a landline.
But is there a keypad?
That's an intercom.
That's an intercom.
It's once you go inside, there'll be a keypad.
Now there's a woman there. Is she part of the? Is she
I think she's
journalist?
the newspaper reporter.
There's another key in here. There's another key inside the mailbox.
I'll trade you that key for this kid.
All right, so even just getting in takes this long, Preston.
There's a legitimate newspaper reporter there?
Yeah,
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Either that or it's Jackie's girlfriend.
Wait, look, Gary took the second key and he's trying to unlock the front door.
Trying the front door. They got to remember the code when they get in.
Gary just opened the door.
Okay.
Next room. We spent 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
And Bill Weston did none of it.
No, Bill.
Nice to meet you.
Dolores is.
You got glasses.
He has to corral
What was the
them.
alarm code?
1313.
Where's
So
the
1313.
And there's an alarm going off.
Yep, hang on.
313.
Did it take it?
It took it.
Yeah, they did it. Sometimes, Steve, they'll also they'll use computer monitors and so forth to send you if you're headed in the wrong direction for an extended amount of time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will send clues over to you.
Will they do it over your phone as well, or will they?
Not the ones I've done.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a monitor that's mounted in the room. You'll hear a little prompt.
Okay.
And you can
Wow.
go over and look at the monitor, and it'll say, have you tried this? And it'll give you a vague direction on which to go.
Oh, here's.
There's a video.
This is a painting that's speaking.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a video.
You must work quickly to find your way out. Make your way to the safe and take the fortune hidden inside.
That is cool.
Hey, Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It seems like you guys, we've been watching the entire time. The teamwork is going, it's pretty damn good so
Figure
far.
out which one it is out of all these murders.
Hey, Gary, can you shut up? Shut up. Say that again, Preston.
I said the teamwork seems to be in place so far.
And you just totally undermined his observation by telling Gary to shut up.
Well, no, everybody's working. It's good. We got a team here, and
we're doing stuff.
Are you guys impressed by just how this room looks so amazing?
Well, Phil, why are you talking?
Steve is absolutely right.
Randy was telling me that this is not just cheap side. Were you?
Whose phone keeps going off?
Pad making this noise?
It's Gary Lauer.
It might be that pad.
They are stuck apparently at a point. They're attempting to play a game of chess, it looks like, and it's not going well.
Maybe they need some help. Bill, are you there?
I'm here. Yes.
All right, Bill. Are you guys stuck on a clue?
Yeah, we're kind of stuck. Part of the thing is like we had to find this chess book, and we configured the chessboard exactly in the diagram of the thing. But it just looks like a regular chessboard and pieces on top. It doesn't look like there's some hidden lever or something that's going to be exposed. So we're kind of stuck on it.
Does it look like a number or anything like that? Are the chess pieces in a number?
Oh.
Is there anything else that goes in conjunction with the chessboard besides just that book that's there?
Do we have to? Maybe we play the next move.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
But who knows whose turn it is? That's the thing.
So the black moved over here. He took the rook.
Set the board up exactly like it's in the book.
Okay, Randy sounds a little impatient.
Randy does sound impatient.
What are you guys, morons?
Maybe you need to double check it. Maybe
He's stupid.
Play chess every day.
maybe he's saying you didn't do it correctly.
I'd rather play checkers. It's fun.
All right, so maybe if you maybe you guys didn't set it up properly, and when you do, it will trigger something.
Okay. So bishop, pawn.
Gary has a magnifying glass.
Check that board,
which he doesn't need to be using.
Wow. Look and see if there's something else.
Oh, this is straight up from Da Vinci Code.
Wow, that is wild, dude.
All right.
What am I hearing?
Oh, here, I got something.
Okay.
I cracked the cipher thing.
Oh, look, we opened the fire.
Oh, we did something!
Let me go first. I want the money. How did that?
Go ahead, Bill.
Quit yelling. Listen, grab them keys. All the keys, grab. There's a metal box here. Access on the door.
Can you pull one? Don't.
All right.
There we go.
Yo, Preston, we're going to do this, brother.
All right, ready?
Here we go.
Go for it.
Okay.
All right, secret door.
We've got a.
We're in another room, I think.
We got another room.
They just opened a secret door. Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You guys just got into a secret door, it looks like.
This is wild. Wow,
Yes.
there's a lot.
Oh my
We're in
God.
our third room,
These
Press.
people are so loud.
Jackie. Jackie, are you excited?
Flashlight's not working.
It's such a demure group.
Are you finding this pretty engaging? It looks like you're having a pretty good time.
Let me see if I can fix this.
I'm a little frustrated.
No lights in this third room, guys.
The chessboard was a difficult one because we didn't know the designation between a king and a queen, but it was pretty cool.
That's what the problem was. Okay.
All right, but just watching it looks fascinating.
Oh,
Gary,
that's amazing. That's a great start. That's awesome.
okay. It says Isaiah 11.
All right, I don't want to give away
don't give too much.
any clues, so I'm going to turn that down.
You know, it's a bit of revelation here, Preston. I think Gary Lauer has his thinking teeth in because he's doing a great job.
His thinking jam.
His jam teeth. Preston, is this how it normally works, where you go from room to room? Because I was under the impression you were in a room and you stayed in that room until you could get out.
No, sometimes there are rooms. I was in one time where it was a false wall and you had no idea there was another room, and then we did something and all of a sudden it creaked open and you're like, oh my God, so or you're like, does that door open? I have no idea, and eventually you find a key, you open it, like, yes, and then while you are excited about that, then you have a whole new room of clues that you got to go through. There it is. You have a whole new room of clues. You're like, oh my God, here we got to start over again. But then again, there might be things in that room that pertains to something that was 2 rooms ago that you need to have remembered.
Okay.
It's cool stuff.
Gary Lauer, did you hear that you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds?
We're working on it, Casey Foster. We're working on it, brother.
Thank you.
We're dripping. We're dripping with sweat here.
They're dripping.
I just wanted to gag now.
Yeah.
My balls are sweaty.
All right.
Maybe just do it in.
Hang in there, sweet tea. We're going
So-
to use 300.
They're actually working on the combination of the safe.
Yeah, it's
Bill is very happy.
Bill's looking at the camera.
You can tell by his shaking the head no.
He looks deflated.
You don't have another one?
Time ran out.
Time ran out. That's it. All right.
Sorry, never tripped.
Sorry, guys.
You
Time's
guys
up.
were this close. We did everything. All you had to do was crack that safe.
So Randy's coming in to tell them what they did incorrectly and what they need to do to finish it. So
What's the other number?
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to hear
hear
it. Thank you to Randy Bates at Bates Motel and Bates Motel Escape Room.
Oh, very exciting.
Bill Weston, Jackie Bam Bam, Pitchuation, and Gary Lauer for participating in that event this morning. And if you've never done an escape room, and this one, looking at the video, and I've done a few of them myself, looks top notch.
Nearly 2 million people are under evacuation orders in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, where residents stocked up on supplies and boarded up homes as Hurricane Matthew marches towards the U.S. We have, do we have some clips from?
Here you go.
No?
No, this is not working at all.
What is it? What were you hitting?
I'm hitting the button that starts whatever is on the Vox Pro to play.
Nothing.
Sorry,
Okay.
it's frozen, guys.
That's all right. At least
I give today's show a 10 so far.
10 so far. How do we achieve a 10? There we go. So early.
It's only 10 minutes in. At least 16 deaths in the Caribbean have been blamed on the storm, with heavy damage reported in Haiti. As the early morning approached Thursday, Matthew was centered about 295 miles southeast of West Palm Beach and moving northwest at 10 miles per hour.
10.
16. 10!
My mother and sister live in Florida now. They live on the Gulf side. They live near Tampa and St. Petersburg. The people there are so desensitized.
They are
to these huge storms. I'm like, Mom, you guys. I mean, over the years, I've been like, Mom, are you guys gonna head north? She's like, Nah, we'll just we'll just stay here. And
you know how they the 24-hour news cycle wants to amp up everything. But they're saying this one, yes, be really cautious of this one. It's hitting hard against the state.
It's going to be a Category 4 when it hits land there.
Right. Will she at least, I mean, I don't see your mother out there boarding the windows or anything like that, but...
She bought some plyboard.
What's that, plywood?
Plyboarding.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Plywooding the windows.
Boarding up.
Boarding up the windows, but they do it with plywood. Anyway, does she have... like special shutters that cover the windows?
No, well, she lives in a... All right, let us begin in New Hampshire. A family met an unexpected visitor in their house on Monday. Arlie Gianni was home with her son when he told her that there was a bear in their living room.
I saw this.
Gianni said, I'm about ready to fall asleep. Jaden comes flying in my room, and he's like, Mom, there's a bear in the living room.
Do you have the voice remote?
Could you imagine, though, your kid comes in, says a bear in the living room, you're like,
yeah, okay.
Come on.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
What's the joke?
So the bear broke through a door to her garage on Monday night. Gianni says that when it's humid out, it's easy to push through. And
Still driving that Prius, huh?
She said, I screamed, and it just kept saying, get out of the house. Get out of the house. And the bear went through the garage and kitchen, making its way to the living room.
No way.
When Gianni's pug, Flint, was sitting on the couch and started barking at it. She said, my son Jaden heard him barking because he thought my husband was home from work.
Oh, mama.
Johnny immediately called 911 and got both her dogs safely upstairs when the bear went back into the garage. And then she says, all of a sudden I hear silence, so I slowly open the door to just see if the bear is gone.
Peekaboo.
Nope, the bear is sitting on an antique car that my husband is going to refurbish.
Oh, no.
The bear looked up.
Is this a Stutz Bearcat?
To see Gianni and charged toward the door. She said he tore this down, ripped this down. You can see the claw marks on the door of him trying to get back into the house.
Wow.
While my son and I are pushing on the door to prevent it. Dude, there's a bear pushing on the door from the other side. In the moment, she said it was scary, like the scariest moment of your life, maybe. Time just stops, your adrenaline kicks in, time stops, and your main focus is how do I get the bear out of my house? It was
Are these Window Nation windows?
I was in the garage for another 20 minutes. She said the bear tore through everything that we had, recyclables knocked all over.
Those claws, man, are just so unbelievably destructive.
She believes the bear smelled the extra garlic that she had used in her chicken rice casserole for dinner that night.
Seriously?
She said, I will make it again, but not so much garlic. I mean, that's what she thinks. I don't think garlic.
Yeah, it was the garlic.
It's not what they use to lure bears.
Get off your high horse.
Yep. Police are searching for a man, listen to this, who took advantage of an 11-year-old running a lemonade stand by handing him a fake $100 bill for a drink and asking for exact change.
You son of a bitch.
Was the guy's name Rob?
Yeah. From NASA. Yeah.
I know that guy.
The suspect handed 11-year-old Jeremy a counterfeit bill and
You just learned a life lesson.
received a drink and $85 in change. Jeremy spent his own allowance money to get set up this lemonade stand, and he ended up using what allowance he had left to give the suspect his change. The police said while our detectives work hard to bring closure to every case, this case struck a particular chord with them, and they want to do everything they can to get justice for Jeremy and catch this counterfeit.
So he gave him a fake 100, and he gave him back 85 in change. Is it $15 a glass of?
No, but a lot of times when you go to these lemonade stands, you'll say, "How much is it?
Right.
$1?" It's like, well, here's $5.
Yeah, of course. You give him more.
You're just helping him out. So this kid is probably saying, "Whoa, $15? Yeah, totally." So that's probably what ended up happening. Some guests visiting Walt Disney World's It's a Small World ride wound up being trapped on the attraction.
One of the really lightest lifting rides.
Yep.
I love that ride, though.
It is pretty precious.
Well, the song is so catchy.
And apparently, well, if you're in there for an hour,
right,
listening to it over and over. A TikTok poster said, "We were stuck for over an hour, the torture." And the boats, there was a video with the boats at a standstill. The ride, designed by Disney animator Mary Blair for the 1964 New York World's Fair, typically takes anywhere from 12 to 15 minutes. A fellow animator, Mark Davis, and his wife Alice designed and created the robotic child puppets that sing the 3-minute song that gets translated in several languages as they float down this river. Park staff didn't realize for about 45 minutes, but everyone was stuck on the boat. So they said, we sat here for about an hour with the song on repeat.
Oh, God. I forget how. So you visit at least a lot of the countries of the world, correct?
Yeah.
And the little children singing the song.
Yeah, in fact, it was originally called, it had a different name.
This World is Too Big?
No, what was the name of it? I had that info here, but I don't see it. But anyhow, the song was written by brothers Robert B. Sherman and Richard M. Sherman during the Cuban Missile Crisis of the early 60s. At one time, the ride was called, here you go, Children of the World.
Okay.
But Walt Disney loved the Sherman song so much that he renamed the ride after the song, It's a Small World. The Sherman
I
brothers.
suggest we call it the Cuban Missile Crisis song.
The Sherman brothers are known for their Oscar-winning movie score of Mary Poppins, by the way. So
when you're a little kid, and that's one of the first rides you encounter. It's magical,
and you're allowed to do it as a little kid.
Yeah.
You know, some rides you're not big enough for yet.
Yep, that one you can go on. Let's see. Human remains have been found in Lake Mead for a fourth time since May as its water levels recede to historic lows due to an unrelenting mega drought. National Park Service officials said park rangers were called Saturday about skeletal remains that were found at the Swim Beach area.
This is wild, isn't
that
it?
great? The Swim Beach has a skeleton there.
Yeah, I've been there.
And it straddles the border of Nevada and Arizona. It's unclear how long the latest remains found have been in the lake, and it was filled with just 27% of capacity as of mid-July. The previous remains discovered included a body that was found in a corroding barrel with a gunshot wound that they think went back to like the 1970s or something like that.
So who else? Who's missing you think you might pull out from there, from that general area?
Yeah.
It's too far for Hoffa.
Yeah, I think so. But who knows? Maybe they're up Amelia Earhart.
There you go.
Maybe she took
That's
a wrong
right.
turn and ended up in Lake Mead. A man faces deportation from Australia for pleasuring himself in his car. The Nepalese man was working as a delivery driver in Australia when the offense occurred.
We'll cross Australia off the list.
He had reportedly finished his shift early and headed to a local park, assuming no one was around.
You having a good tug there?
A council worker approached the car to tell the driver he wasn't allowed there. And the worker was stunned to learn the man had some alone time and was asked to leave. He was later charged with a count of prohibited behavior, to which he pleaded guilty. But in the court case, the Community Corrections of Tasmania had to undertake a risk assessment to determine the possibility of him reoffending. And they believe that he posed a medium risk, which means he could be placed in the sex offenders registry and then face deportation.
It's a Tasmanian devil.
He's going, here's how you rub one out.
No, you idiot.
Yeah.
This is how you rub one out. Oh man! So was he looking at anybody? Was he parked? So he was by himself in his car.
The man
Did you deport him over that?
The man's lawyer has since challenged the finding after two separate clinical psychologists argued the man had a very low risk of reoffending. So
What happened to the rugged, never say die attitude of the Australian people?
Just keep on tugging.
Keep on tugging.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break. Let's come back in a second. The lesson question about today's program will be up next, as well as the trash and music news. So make sure you stay with us. We'll return in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
This was years ago when a storm was coming through. I have family that lived down there my whole life. So we were down there. A storm was coming through. And I remember my aunt was like, okay, let's go open all the windows. And I was like, open the windows? Yeah. What? There was a tornado coming through and we had to open all the windows. And then we were hiding in like doorways. It was pretty damn scary.
That growing up in kind of the Tornado Alley area, that was...
Oh, my God! Tornado!
That was me.
The belief was that if you open the windows, it kind of depressurizes the inside of the home and your windows won't explode. But I think it's been proven false. But some people think that you're supposed to open the windows.
And it was pretty scary. Like that wind was whipping through the house. I mean, stuff was flying all over the place.
Well, you hope the best for them down there. I mean, Haiti got hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just...
I said plyboard. I meant to say plywood boards. I just let down the word wood. Let's move on.
Okay, we're going to move on. A second 12-year-old has been arrested and charged following another clown threat against a school in Toms River. On Tuesday evening, police say that at no time was there any credible threat, and it appears to be an ill-conceived hoax. The girl was arrested and charged with third-degree criminal count of causing false public alarm.
Anyway.
That was fast.
So we have that
isolated now, yes.
Anyway.
And it's so loud.
So today when you're dropping by the 10 store to pick up your plyboard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That was like the start of his Broadway show.
I loved it, man. My favorite part of the day so far.
Anyway.
And it's early.
It is.
And that's going to continue for the rest of the morning.
All morning. Nick just pulled this up. We're going to talk about something else, but I can't not mention this. Bob Dylan won a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Was he awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, huh?
Literature Prize.
Literature.
Yeah. The 75-year-old rock legend received the prize for, quote, having created new poetic expressions within the great American song tradition. Yeah.
So he didn't win a Peace Prize.
No, he didn't win the Peace Prize. He won the Literature Prize.
It's kind of interesting that he won a Literature Prize for a body of work, not something that was just released.
Specific,
right?
yeah. It's usually, by my understanding, it's awarded for something. For example, who was the last recipient? And they won for a specific work.
I'll look it up.
Nick, you know off the top of your head. You know what? I don't know, but yeah, usually it's for
like Harper Lee. Didn't she win for
Kill a Mockingbird?
Yeah,
To Kill a Mockingbird, or was it her laser tag place that she?
Harper Lee. Do you love the thrill of combat? Set against a futuristic dystopian world? Well, then you gotta try laser tag. Pew, 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 pew. I'll kill you, you cyborg mother effer.
Let me see here. Nobel Prize Literature, Bob Dylan, 2016. Svetlana Alexievich won last year.
That's where he had the 18th Where's Waldo book. Apparently, it was the most difficult time finding Waldo.
Interesting. All right. Well, anyhow, he's got a Nobel Prize under his belt now. So.
What do you get? It's like a WWE belt, right?
Yeah, it's a lot like that. No, I have no idea what the actual prize looks like. It's got to be, I don't know, some kind of a plaque or
a hat that says "I'm number one."
That's a good question.
I think for the Nobel Peace Prize, you get something like $250,000. It's a significant chunk of change.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know what you get for
an Amazon credit.
And Amazon, yeah.
In Amazon credits.
Oh my God.
Kathy, the dream come true.
Forget it.
Casey.
Yeah.
He went in and heard a piece of audio from our previous break, and he came in. I don't think I've ever seen you that beat red, laughing that hard and unable to breathe before.
Oh, God. I just hope this is as funny for you guys.
He said it may not be funny for us, but it clearly floored him.
Because.
And what happened? You caught it.
No, you know what? Actually, a listener, and they texted in. Usually I hate the text board. But somebody texted in something they heard that none of us heard. So we went back and Marissa pulled up the audio. And, listen, we've worked with Kathy for how many years now?
Long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
No one knows.
And
is it 28 years?
13 years.
Yeah, 13 years.
So what I heard and what this listener heard is so out of character for her that it just floored me. And when you take it in that context, not the context of how it was meant, but how it is heard.
All right.
Oh my God! What? Just play it.
All right, here we go. It's very short. It's 4 seconds long.
Accidentally at the same time,
right?
Yeah. So she says, listen. And then
now I can cut that out. I can cut the. All right, now it's just the good part.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. As if she's saying, listen, I'm going to fart.
Guys.
And listen to me fart.
Listen, guys.
If it was cleaner.
Yeah,
if there wasn't,
got cut
if
off.
Steve is talking over her. Yeah. That's Nick, I think, but.
Maybe I can clean it up.
You ruined it, Nick.
No, it's
way to go, Nick.
Hang on, you're going to try and edit this on the fly?
Yeah, try it there.
Yeah.
The sound effect cuts it off. It's not beforehand.
Could you
it's
do me a favor, Kathy,
do it
and just say,
again?
listen to me fart, and then play that? Could you
Go
do
ahead.
that clean? Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, just say it.
No.
Oh, no? You don't want to do that and have
No,
that live on
that's
as a clip
okay.
that we play 200 times a day?
No, I'm good.
What don't you want to say, Kathy?
No, it's fine.
Sacha Baron Cohen has his birthday as well. He is 45 years old. What's the last thing he did?
Brothers Grimsby was the name of that.
That's it, yes.
Oh, you just knew that, huh?
Wait a minute.
Just off the top of your head, you just knew that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
That's
so inside for us, but we needed that for a minute.
We'll explain it. Bill yesterday said he wanted to make sure that Nick didn't come off as too know-it-all-y.
And that he should say, I found this on the internet.
And I had to clarify to Bill that I had asked Nick to look for the information that he provided. And I think people know that we say it all the time, Nick, can you check that on Wiki for us or rock us a Wiki? So Nick doesn't profess to be the resource of all the world's knowledge.
Casey, had you just been waiting for the first moment to say
Not
that?
the first moment, but there was a scene there. And I told him yesterday, I'm totally going to do that to you.
That was
Chuck said
awesome.
yesterday, he's like, I can't wait to the passive-aggressive moment when you guys mentioned that on the air.
And here we are, bright and
And
early.
here we are. Oh, my God.
That was awesome.
I can discern a tonal change too when you're reading off the screen. You become robotic.
Yeah, and here's the other thing: when I read it off the screen, I get it right. Like when I come up with a fact on my own, chances are I'm wrong.
But that's kind of your charge. Is you're the one. We'll say all the time. Could you check that for us?
So you just knew that, huh?
I did just know that. Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's last movie, The Brothers Grimsby.
All right, so he's
knew that off the top of my head.
But that's a classic Bill thing.
Yeah,
and that's why we loved it.
Well, we did pull up the some of the top costumes that have been chosen. I forgot what the source was, but number 7, Game of Thrones, any character from Game of Thrones.
All right, who would you go if you were to have, because you are a huge Game of Thrones fan, name your character of choice.
I'm trying to think who would be worth doing and what would be worth pulling off. Yeah, Jon Snow would be pretty awesome. You get a sword, you get this big black outfit.
What about the Hound? What about Phoebe Snow, his sister?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
What about the Mountain?
It'd be no. It wouldn't
The
be
Hill?
Mountain. No. Anyhow, moving along. Sexy Pikachu. So Pokemon's going to be popular because of Pokemon Go.
Pokemon Go. Mm-hmm. And Pokemon himself, right? Or not himself, but the Pokemon symbol.
Preston, you could go as Tyrion Lannister and dress like the
Walk around on my knees.
Yeah.
Put shoes on my
Dorf on
knees.
golf. Yeah.
Right.
He goes Dorf on golf. Watch people try to figure that one out.
No. But he would put the shoes on his knees.
What's his name?
Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion.
Could you do Tyrion on golf?
Tyrion on golf.
So Game of Thrones, but with golf clubs.
It would be Imp on golf. Right?
Imp on golf.
Yeah. Then you have number Faye is Rey from Star Wars.
Number Faye?
Number Faye?
Did I say number Faye?
Yeah, because of Rey.
I just thought that was a line. That is so. Wow, Preston knows all the hip words for 3.
And counting down from Faye.
And now
Threy.
number Faye. He writes, Casey, I never understand what number the songs are because you're so hip and cool. You said Faye, and I was lost. So number Faye is?
Number Faye is Ray.
Ray.
Yeah.
Ray?
Yeah.
Ray
Charles.
Ray Charles.
No, from Star Wars.
Ray Finkel.
Ray Finkel?
Oh, my God. You could be Ray Finkel, and she could be Einhorn.
Oh, my God. Finkel and Einhorn. That's from Ace Ventura.
Yeah. No, I don't.
You don't know Ace
Ventura? That current movie.
I know Ace Ventura, but I don't remember
Finkel and Einhorn. Finkel and
Preston.
Einhorn.
Einhorn and Finkel.
Go as Ray, but make it Ray Charles in a Star Wars space suit.
Okay, I like it.
Number 4. At number Faye.
Studies have found that the clothes we wear shape the perceptions other people have about our capability. For example, teaching assistants who wore formal clothes, they are perceived by students as more intelligent but less interesting than their casually dressed peers.
I wonder now with the frequency of dress down days and, internet, places like Google and Facebook where the dress is more casual, like smart casual. Mm-hmm. Is that perception changing?
Yeah, I think you can still dress smart casual and not dress like a slob, though. You know what I mean?
I think that's exactly it.
So, not...
besmirching people who wear bib overalls to work.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, but you don't need to be in a suit. You just need to be put together.
Yeah. I mean, you will always agree that my superhero T-shirts are
put together.
Yeah.
Well, I think Casey is the example.
I'm totally put together.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people say, are you doing any runway work?
Yes.
Because they assume you're a model.
We should do a fashion show with Casey.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
You could walk the runway.
Okay.
He's up for it.
Yeah, I'm totally up for it.
Yeah.
I like my clothes.
For the derelict line.
Yeah. I wear nice clothes.
You do.
They're just casual nice.
They're as nice as mine.
Yeah.
You don't wear nice clothes.
These are nice pants.
And here we go.
Nice pants, nice. You got a nice pair of slacks.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure they feel nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I'm being honest. You wouldn't look at your outfit and go, wow, that's really nice.
Sometimes I do.
Okay.
Now, Preston.
That guy looks like a gym teacher.
That is a snappy dressing gym teacher.
And I'm not putting you down by saying that, but you know what I mean.
This is a battle of semantics. Okay, so no, they are not dress jeans and a button-down shirt, but they are nice sweatpants.
Are you kidding?
They are
not
nice.
an argument. That is not a real argument.
Where are your?
That's a good effort.
Where are your leather sweatpants?
Including a cool Word of the Week prize, $500. Not too shabby.
No, that's damn good.
Give that away on
Who's bringing that to us?
Friday. That is the Bagster. So we'll give it away on Friday. You're going to need a letter, which we'll get to the end of the program. Coming up in a little while. In the meantime, we have something else to give away, and that is via the lesson question. And we're going to give away a 4-pack of Six Flags tickets. I need to get to Six Flags.
Oh, my God,
I got to get on Nitro. I got to get on...
Nitro's so good.
Toro.
El Toro. Thank you.
Is King of the Cost still there?
King of the Cost.
Yeah.
In fact, there's
man.
isn't there a second?
There's a second ride on
attached to King of the Cost.
Yeah. It's badass. All right, anyhow, the question we asked for you this morning is, at which concert venue did Steve see Milli Vanilli? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. At which concert venue did Steve see Milli Vanilli? 215-263-WMMR. Why don't you give us a call?
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. Stop by Rita's today and grab their newest and sweetest treat. You can go candy crazy with Rita's new Candy Kapow ice cream. Kapow, kaboomba.
Kaboomba.
But you can get there. You need to get there quick as possible. It is available for a limited time only, by the way.
Pow, kapow, cow, pow, pow, pow. Kaboomba.
All right, let's see what's up in the trash. What you got for us, Steve?
Well, Adele has reportedly taken out a $38 million mortgage to purchase Sylvester Stallone's $58 million Los Angeles estate. The multi-Grammy award-winning singer says the sky-high price is worth it to live in the home where Over the Top was written.
Yeah.
NCIS and its sister series NCIS Hawaii joining up for a crossover event this September. The story will center around Wilder Valderrama's Nick Torres finding a cursed tiki necklace.
Whoa.
Oh, my
So cool.
God.
And finally, Days of Our Lives will be moving from NBC Daytime to Peacock starting soon. Mark Lazarus, chairman of NBC Universal Television and Streaming, says the move will finally allow Days of Our Lives to tell the stories they've only told 6,000 times. And that's your Hollywood check.
All right, we're looking for the answer, and we want to find out which concert venue Steve saw Milli Vanilli at. 215-263-WMMR, the number, and our first caller in was Bob. So let's go to Bob. Hey, Bob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Welcome back.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, Bob, which concert venue did Steve see Milli Vanilli?
Summer of '69 was the Vag.
The Vag. Well done. Hang on, Bob. Got yourself a 4-pack of Six Flags tickets. You can keep the summer vibes rolling at Six Flags' newest festival, Summer Vibes, with 6 uniquely themed areas, mouth-watering eats, live entertainment, plus eye-popping spectacles throughout the park. For the best deals, visit sixflags.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, got a few things to talk about. We'll start with this. The Offspring. We're en route to play a concert in Rimouski, Quebec, Canada on Saturday when one of their vehicles caught on fire. The band escaped unharmed. However, luggage, passports, laptops, pretty much everything else was destroyed, according to social media posts from the band, which included a short video of their SUV burning. In the Saturday post, the band explained, while traveling through Canada yesterday, something flew off the vehicle in front of us and became wedged underneath one of the SUVs, and it caught fire.
Jeez.
We're happy to report that everyone is doing okay, and we've made it safely, and we'll be performing tonight. Hope to see everyone there. By the way, I had that one time a big plastic bag.
I hate that.
Flew underneath my car, and I saw it, and I look in my rearview mirror, and I didn't see it. And I'm like, oh, man, what? Okay, whatever. And then later on, I smelled that bag. It had melted underneath the car. Thank God it didn't catch on fire.
I effing hate when you see those things. You know, I'll try to avoid them because for exactly that reason.
Yep, so it can happen. Fred Durst has said I do for the 4th time, this time to a woman named Arliss, whom he's been dating for at least a few months now. TMZ reports that while their exact marriage date is unknown, the couple did tie the knot in L.A. County, and records at the county clerk's office makes public the fact a confidential marriage certificate has been filed.
Didn't he have to bow out of the tour, a couple of tour dates for Limp Bizkit?
I thought there was something going on with that. Yeah.
Right.
And he never really said exactly why.
Was it to get married?
Maybe. Durst brought Arliss on stage to slow dance to Careless Whisper during Limp Bizkit's concert in Pennsylvania back in May.
Maddie.
Durst.
I met her 3 days ago.
Third divorce from Ukrainian makeup artist Ksenia Bedyanznia.
You are an idiot.
Was finalized.
Biscuit, not the only thing limp.
In 2019. So he's gone at it again. Courtney Love announced on Friday that she has finally finished writing her memoir after more than a decade.
That's her typewriter.
The whole singer revealed on Instagram that her forthcoming book is titled The Girl with the Most Cake. However, there's no telling when it will hit store shelves. She wrote, there's a, quote, no kidding, very real paper supply chain backup, so don't ask me when. The important thing is that it's good now.
She's been kind of laying low over the past, I mean, obviously with everything going on, a lot of people have, but I haven't seen her pop up in the news. She used to be all the time.
No, you're right about that. If you ever have a chance to meet Flea, do not ask him for a picture. The bassist tweeted a video of a fan interaction on Friday and wrote, "We are always down to talk and chat. Asking for a photo ruins it instantly."
Wow.
So he's just not into taking a picture. So if you do, just keep that in mind. You never know. You might run into fleas sometime. Mudveins, Chad Gray says that he is finally seeing a doctor about injuries he sustained during a fall that he had on stage. The incident happened in Tampa last month when they were performing the song Not Falling. However, he wrote via Instagram, besides dealing with some kind of freaking chest cold or whatever, I've obviously got my rib thing going on. I don't really want to know what was going on, but I didn't really want to know what was going on, but through much pushing from my professionals and people around me that love me, I went to a doctor yesterday and I have negative x-rays. He said I probably should get a CT scan just to make sure. He said I've got some inflammation of some cartilage happening, but ultimately, yeah, I'm going to get through it. So,
What did he fall down?
He fell down on stage. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But he's one of those people, I guess, that doesn't like to listen to their doctor.
Yeah, the falling off the stage is it happens. You know, Steven Tyler, you remember that thing? It happens fairly often.
Yeah, it does. All right, and then finally, I saved this one for last. The legendary 1971 Melody Maker letter from John Lennon to Paul and Linda McCartney is up for auction with the sale set for August 19th via the Gotta Have Rock and Roll site. Lennon's infamous rant is expected to sell for up to $40,000. The November 24th, 1971 open letter to McCartney was sent to the editors of Britain's Melody Maker music magazine.
Dear John, I'd like to play catch with you sometime. I think our relationship would be a real home run.
In response to a McCartney interview published 4 days earlier. Now, McCartney's interview and Lennon's letter is based around the battle for control of the Beatles' Apple empire, which had Lennon, Harrison, and Ringo Starr, along with their collective manager, Alan Klein, pitted against McCartney, who had wanted Linda's father and brother, attorneys Lee and John Eastman, to represent the Fab Four's affairs. While at a creative and financial stalemate in
Dear John, we would never support your food charity.
In December 1970, McCartney sued the former Beatles in an effort to formally end their binding partnership and put all their earnings into court receivership, for which he was successful. Now, an enraged Lennon speaks of the Beatles' split and writes at one point, "If you're not the aggressor, as you claim, who the hell took us to court and S all over us in public? Who was buying up Northern Song's shares back behind my back? Even before Alan Klein came in. No excuse. Who's the guy threatening to finish Ringo and Maureen, who was warning me on the phone 2 weeks ago? Who said he'd get us no matter the cost? As I've said before, have you ever thought that you might possibly be wrong about something?" Regarding McCartney's comments on Lennon's then recent chart-topping Imagine album, Lennon countered with, "So you think Imagine isn't political? It's working class here with sugar on it for conservatives like yourself. You obviously didn't dig the words. Imagine. You took How Do You Sleep so literally, read my own review of the album in Crawdaddy." Or he said, read my own review of the album in Crawdaddy. "Your politics are very similar to Mary Whitehouse's. Saying nothing is as loud as saying something." He went on to slam his former partner, who had previously slated that, quote, "John and Yoko are not cool in what they're doing," to which Lennon asked, "Want to put your photo on the label like uncool John and Yoko, do ya? Ain't you got no shame? If we're not cool, what does that make you?"
That's right.
But John, he was like, Paul freaking out, screaming at him. Lennon calmed down by the end of the letter, though. Listen how this wraps up. After all that, he offered some type of post-beatdown olive branch stating, "No hard feelings to you either. I know we basically want the same. And as I said on the phone and in this letter, whenever you want to meet, all you have to do is call."
How'd you like to go to Sky Zone?
They got trampolines there.
Good for a quick bounce.
So, you know, he really went after him, but at the end, he still was kind of like, you know, I get it, you know, and I don't know. They had an interesting relationship.
They did, but when lawyers get involved,
yeah,
and this sort of thing happens,
like
it's a nightmare.
In the Get Back,
the documentary,
Peter Jackson doc.
That's right.
when they have a microphone on them and nobody knows about it.
Right.
Paul's sitting there talking to John. He's like, hey, you're in charge, man. He's like, you always have been in charge. And we need to do this, and it was actually really awesome.
I think that's more representative. That to me, that's the revelation. Again, that we all came to the conclusion that Yoko wasn't the stake through the heart of the band.
Yeah,
and that there was more of a look. George was pissed off. They all had their issues, but it was better than we thought. And I like that way. I'm going to stick with that.
It is so good, especially the second the second and third one of the three. The first one was just kind of building.
When we went to Sky Zone,
was very slow, and then when they got to the trampoline park, I mean, come on, seeing those guys bounce around was really
it's
out
great
of character for them and a lot of fun.
I'm flying. It's like you're flying, right? Like I said.
The article is at WMMR.com if you want to take a look at that, as well as many other awesome pieces of music and information, music news and information there. All right, that's it for music news. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. We'll wrap it up. Letter of the day, photo award of the week prize when we return. So you make sure you stay right down.
Preston and Steve.
Almost made it through.
Yeah,
we're good.
I would love to see. There's that scene in the DiCaprio Great Gatsby. If we were to turn around with sweatpants, in the I'm the Great Gatsby.
Right.
Really.
I also noticed this thing that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Back to the noticer, the dumbed down version of the ponder.
We were talking earlier in the pondering segment about wearing glasses and appearing more intelligent, but you may need to leave them home for your next passport photo session. The State Department is reminding everyone that come November 1st, wearing glasses is no longer allowed in passport photos. They also don't let you smile anymore.
It depends.
Yeah. It depends?
Yeah, some people taking the photo will actually let you smile. There's a place out by Downingtown, and
Smiley's Passports.
No, like, there's only a few places where you can get these photos taken. Like, you have to go out of your way to get your passport photo taken and have it submitted properly. The one out in Downingtown, the guy's cool, and he's like, yeah, you can smile, don't worry about it. The guy down in Philly apparently is a bit of a stickler, and you're not allowed to smile.
Nick, do you have any idea as to is there actually though in effect a uniform rule or suggestion that you not smile? I guess they want you to look the way you would look generically
when you're angry and traveling.
when you're trying to
when you're standing
commit
in line,
an act of terrorism.
When you're standing in line at the
But when
TSA.
when you guys hand over your ID, don't you just smile sort of naturally just to be polite? Like,
yeah, hi, hey, how you doing?
Right. So I think that's why this guy says it's okay.
I'm usually like, hey.
Hi.
My issue is that in my passport photo, I'm wearing wax lips.
Yeah.
And so I have to
and that you're
bring
not
them
allowed.
with me.
Come November 1st, you won't be able to do that, Steve. An announcement on the State Department website explains this change will help eliminate glares and shadows that can lead to delays in processing visas and passport applications. Applicants may wear glasses only in rare circumstances of documented medical necessity during urgent travel.
All right, I don't know why I'm asking, but I'll ask. Facial recognition ID programs, are they foiled by glasses? I tend to think not, right? Because they scan like 180 or 200 different points on the face. So, would glasses throw off facial recognition?
I don't know, but facial recognition software is pretty wild because you even use it on your Xbox One or whatever you walk in. It knows who it labels them. If there are 3 or 4 people in the room and they're registered, their name pops up above their head.
And on Facebook,
and it's live video, and Facebook too.
Or on Facebook, when you go to like tag people, it already tags it for you.
It already tags them.
It says hi, Steven, when I sit down in the Xbox.
You love that, don't you?
I love it.
Case, except there's one of my girlfriends gets tagged as this guy that I'm friends with on Facebook all the time.
Oh, that's got to be insulting.
I'm like,
how are you? How are you, Chuck?
Who's that man face Katie?
Is there a Katie?
There is a Katie, and she's going to be so offended because you don't know who she is. And she's going to be like, why did he call me man face?
I think I look pretty. I don't know.
It's not man face Katie.
So is the girl mannish looking, or is the guy
girlish looking?
Pretty? Is the guy really
Hey, my name is Chuck.
The guy's not pretty.
comely, as they say?
The guy's not pretty.
He's not pretty. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Okay. You know what else would suck is if you live near a a place that is frequented by
hobos.
No, not hobos. Well, I mean, but no, 18-wheelers that use the J brake.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah.
I hate that sound.
It's like my dad snoring.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot stand that. So that's the, it's, or it's like, really, really loud. Oh my God. Hold on.
Go through it.
And then here's the long one. Oh, who put that in there? Hang on. Oh, you were doing that? Oh, I thought. God, this is bringing back memories.
And Preston, it wasn't as if there'd just be one alarm going off. There'd be multiple alarms going off, and they'd all be at different points in their cycle.
Mm-hmm. And they became so commonplace that nobody even looked twice when the alarm was going off.
And I think that's why they eventually just stopped using them.
Yeah.
We could put together a Preston and Steve sound effect car alarm.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely, we could. We have enough of them. No, wait, hold on. What are some? We need to do that.
Well,
we need to do a series of them. But I don't know if you have them all on the same page. Case, pull up the hotkeys here.
Jesus.
Here we go. No. That's the first part in the Viper, right? So pituation, and then.
Sir Ian McKellen cannot be bought. He reveals in a new interview.
Just placed a call to Chuck DeMacco.
An interview with the Daily Mail.
I can't be bought.
He says that he rejected an offer to officiate Napster founder Sean Parker's wedding in character as Gandalf from Lord of the Rings.
That's a little demeaning. For how much?
$1.5 million.
I'll put the suit on now.
Damn right you will. How can you pass that up? I mean, sure, it's below you, but it's $1.5 million.
I'm afraid how about I'll get the suit now. I'll provide my own beard.
Could you imagine? I mean,
Yes.
Jesus.
everybody's got a price, right?
He'll officiate as Gandalf. I'll do the first dance as Magneto.
And I'll even do a panda bear. I'll do Kung Fu Panda if you want. I don't give a good goddamn. That's good money.
Ian says I was offered $1.5 million to marry a very famous couple in California.
Yeah, a couple.
Which I would perhaps have considered doing, but I had to go dressed as Gandalf. So I said, I am sorry, Gandalf doesn't do weddings.
Well, why not do it and then donate that money to a charity?
Listen, that's a great idea.
No, keep the money.
Okay, donate.
And donate the wedding to charity.
And no, because here's the deal. I mean, it's just the act of dressing up for you. That's the whole thing, as opposed to for an audience or for a review or something, or a piece of art.
Right.
That's where his beef is, I think. So
is the fear that if he does it for Sean Fanning, he has to do it for anybody else that has $1.5 million?
I don't know, maybe. He said, I don't go.
It is an honor for Gandalf to officiate the wedding of the situation. Many years when we first saw you and your abdominal muscles on the Jersey Shore, we were all moved with your daily ritual of gym, tan, laundry. But as time progressed, you fell in love with Sophia. And now you two shall enter into the holiest of unions.
May we have the one ring.
I'm so glad Mike D is here, and Snooky, and even Puck showed up from an earlier TV show.
Wow. Oh, God.
That would be weird. Yeah, I could see where it'd be a little demeaning. If they make him drive, if the word was he had to literally show up in costume, or maybe they could set up a place behind the, in the alleyway.
He would have had to have been
Me with my my socks on going on. God damn it! Why did I agree to this? I can't get this thing that hooks in the back.
Yeah. It's like 90 degrees, and he's wearing this full robe.
My balls are swimming.
So we had a funeral to attend earlier this week, and my entire family cut the line.
Your entire family cut the line at a funeral, at a viewing?
Yeah, at a viewing, yeah. So let me just set it up for you. Let me tell you exactly what happened.
You have a decent-sized family.
Well, so it was, so hear me out.
I know what happened. I'm Kathy Romano.
No.
Could I get a seat closer to the coffin, please?
No. So my mom showed up.
We'll see her back on Thursday. In the meantime, Captain Snappy just arrived.
Captain Snappy.
How you doing, bud?
I like that.
Nice to see you.
Welcome back, everybody.
You were an Italian for a moment there.
Yeah.
Well,
you look very windswept today.
I am very swept.
Yeah.
I went to 2 nights of Roger Waters, Friday and Saturday. Perhaps among the most brilliant shows I've ever seen.
Everyone's raved on the shows.
I mean, sound quality, production, 3-dimensional, surround sound, and he's doing money, and you hear the cash register all around the arena. Just so many moments.
How did this compare to, was it Citizens Bank Park that he did
That was the wall.
Yeah.
So that was just the wall. He's done different themes. He's done all of Dark Side of the Moon in a tour. He's done the wall for a number of tours, inside in arenas and outside in stadiums. And that was stellar. I mean, that was the surround sound I've said before was such that people on the floor, either in the arena or the stadium at the beginning of Another Brick in the Wall when the helicopter flies in, people were looking back behind them because the helicopter sound was moving up the stadium, and people were looking back believing there was an actual helicopter perhaps or some device flying over the audience. I mean, that kind of quality of sound. Then he's done Us and Them tour, which featured a lot of animals and a lot of the Battersea Power Station. That was the last tour.
Right.
And they all have the flying pig. This time he had flying pig and a flying sheep. And it was in the round. And he had these amazing screens. He did Wish You Were There, and he was telling the story of it, but the words were written out. Sid and I were driving, and while he's singing the song, just amazing stuff.
Awesome.
He still got it.
Yeah.
Didn't he write that song in Philadelphia? Wish You Were Here?
Comfortably Numb.
Oh, that's right.
Was inspired partially by he having severe pain in his arm, and Electric Factory Concerts called some doctor who injected him with something that made him comfortably numb. Gotcha. And that was at the Spectrum. Yeah, I think on the Animals tour, I think. So, yeah, it was cool.
Hell of a weekend, then.
Hell of a weekend, and hell of a thing to have you kids back.
Feels good to be back.
It sure does.
Yeah, we had fun today.
Good.
Yeah. Shall we do the letters, sir?
Yes.
All right, huh?
Do it fast. Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
W, as in welcome.
Ah, thank you. All right, we're going to give away $500 from the Bagster. The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help you with your home cleanup. Go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. So we will give that away on Friday. So just 4 more letters to collect, and then we will hopefully give that to you. What's up on your show today, my man?
We will have workforce blocks of Shinedown, of U2 for Edge's birthday, and of Pretenders today.
Ooh, that's a nice selection.
Oh, and I've got Alice in Chains, Breaking Ben, and Bush tickets to give away.
Jesus.
All right.
It's too much entertainment for one show.
It really is.
I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Acme official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And by Wilmington University. Go to wilm.edu dual credit. That's wilm.edu dual credit. Tomorrow's program, comedian Jake Matera will be here, one of our own.
Jake's great.
We will also have Kyle Petty, not Katy Perry, Kyle Petty, or not Tom Petty or any facsimile there.
Perry Mason.
Yeah. He'll be joining us, and we'll have Tattoos Day as well and some other things to do. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.